Chapter 723. The well water quickly calmed down, there were no ripples, it was still shining brightly. However, the mortal goo that Feng Yuan threw in had completely vanished in the well water. Feng Yuan knew that his mortal goo had not been destroyed, because he could still sense its existence. But this feeling was extremely faint and weak. The connection between goo worms and goo masters was greatly related to distance. The further the goo worm was from the goo master, the weaker the connection. When a goo master uses a goo worm, their thoughts will move, and if they give out 10 orders, they might miss out on 9, and the goo worm would only execute 1. Of course, this was only in most cases. There were also a small number of goo worms that had a very long distance connection and could be used casually from a long distance. Some goo worms were even more special. The closer the distance, the weaker the connection, and the further the distance, the clearer the connection. Feng Yuan's connection with the mortal goo was originally very close, but now it had become much weaker, as if the distance between the two had increased. Feng Yuan followed the faint connection in his heart and slowly found the direction, raising his head. He only saw the grand ceiling of the Star Hall. Feng Yuan activated his investigative goo, and in his vision, the ceiling of the Star Hall gradually became translucent. Feng Yuan's gaze pierced through the ceiling of the Star Hall and saw the 6 huge round star shadows in the blue sky. He had a feeling, and his gaze stopped on one of the star shadows. According to the remnant connection in his heart, he knew that the mortal goo that disappeared was on that star shadow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The star demon bat flapped its huge bat wings and immediately created a huge hurricane. At the same time, countless arrows were shot out of thin air. These arrows were completely made of starlight, and their speed was extremely fast. They pierced through the air. There were many of them, and like a rainstorm, they flew towards immortal Monkey King Shirley. Looking at the majestic attack, Shirley snorted in disdain. Merely rank 2-star arrow goo, it's just that there are a lot of them. Mortal killer move, falling gray cloak. Shirley's body shook, and a thin layer of yellow-white dust covered his body. He did not dodge. He let the star arrows hit him. No matter how many star arrows came, when they touched the dust formed by the killer move falling gray cloak, the starlight quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The star demon bat lacked intelligence, it could not use killer moves. Although the number of parasitic wild goo worms on his body was huge, he could only rely on the accumulation of numbers. This effect, how could it be compared to the killing technique that human cultivators had painstakingly thought about? This time, watch my eagle transformation. Shirley gave a loud shout, his whole body erupting with a dazzling golden radiance. The light quickly dissipated. Shirley had already disappeared, replaced by a desolate beast iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle spread its wings and circled in the air. Its sharp claws and thorns emitted a threatening aura. The size of its body was not inferior to that of the star demon bat at all. In the distance, Star Lord Wuxia quietly watched the battle and saw this scene. He sighed helplessly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley loved to fight. He didn't need to do anything in every battle. Up until now, Shirley had already killed 11 desolate beasts. Each time he fought a desolate beast, he had to use a different transformation path killer move to transform into a different desolate beast to fight. Star Lord Wuxia cherished his time. He had once advised Shirley to use his strongest method. However, Shirley sternly refused. He said that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate more battle experience in the transformation path and not waste any chance. He wanted to work hard to build up his foundation. In the future, when the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change, he would be able to raise his transformation path realm. The iron-crowned eagle circled for a while, before suddenly shrieking and pouncing towards the star demon bat below. The star demon bat screeched. It became ferocious. It did not dodge, it flapped its wings and collided with the iron-crowned eagle. The two giant birds collided violently in midair. The star demon bat bit with its mouth, the iron-crowned eagle pecked with its beak, while the star demon bat scratched with its claws. The iron-crowned eagle's claws did not lose to it, it retaliated. Both sides exchanged a few blows in an instant, leaving wounds on each other's bodies. Immediately after, they retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. The star demon bat laughed smugly. Shirley's iron-crowned eagle's feathers withered, it flapped its wings and struggled to stabilize its body in the air. In the earlier exchange, the iron-crowned eagle suffered a huge loss, while the star demon bat had the upper hand. Not only were its feathers withered, there was also a wound on its abdomen that was filled with star path Dao marks. Blood flowed out continuously, rejecting the iron-crowned eagle's recovery ability. Desolate beasts were different from goo immortals. Goo immortals had weak bodies, their strength came from their goo worms. Even if a strength path goo immortal refined their body to be strong, it was still due to the accumulation of goo worms. And the strength of desolate beasts came from their bodies. Desolate beasts had innate strength, defense, and other aspects that humans could not compare to. Especially when desolate beasts grew up, their bodies would get closer to nature, they would produce more and more Dao marks. In battle, the injuries caused by desolate beasts would leave behind Dao marks. Dao mark injuries were very troublesome. Not only would they reduce the body's recovery ability, they would also obstruct the healing effects of goo worms. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal goo, it would be a different story. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked. Ignoring its injuries, it pounced at the star demon bat again. The two collided in the air again. After a few exchanges, the star demon bat found a weakness. It flapped its wings and smashed the iron-crowned eagle's head. The iron-crowned eagle felt dizzy, it fell to the ground. The star demon bat flew in the air, it flapped its wings 3 times at the iron-crowned eagle. The first time, intense winds blew, thousands of wind blades shot out. The second time, starlight shined, tens of thousands of star arrows flew out. The third time, darkness gathered, forming a huge demonic shadow that charged at the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle first crashed on the ground, rocks and soil flew as a huge pit was created. But the moment it raised its head, it was slashed by the wind blades. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked. It did not retreat, forcefully enduring the wind blades as hundreds of shallow wounds appeared on its body. It wanted to flap its wings, but the star arrows also shot out. These star arrows had great power. They pierced into the iron-crowned eagle's body and caused a large number of wounds, but they were not deep. Next, the black demonic shadow flew over, but it did not have a physical body. It directly entered the iron-crowned eagle's mind. If it were an ordinary desolate beast, it would have fallen, but this iron-crowned eagle was Shirley's transformation. Shirley snorted coldly, thoughts and wills surged in his mind, destroying the demonic shadow that charged in. Although he was an Earth Path Goo immortal who cultivated Transformation Path, he had been famous for many years, he was an experienced Goo immortal, he was proficient in many paths, he had a complete set of defensive methods against Goo worms of other paths. Immortal Monkey Wang De. At the side, Star Lord Wuxia shouted in concern. The iron-crowned eagle spoke in human language, laughing loudly, "Don't interfere, stay at the side, this is my battle." The eagle's eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. Shirley flapped his wings and flew towards the star demon bat, but was sent flying again. With a loud bang, the eagle fell to the ground again. Good, interesting. Shirley cheered, his fighting spirit surged. Disregarding his injuries, he charged forward again. He gave up his advantages and chose his weaknesses. In terms of physical combat, how could he be the star demon bat's match? In the exchange of blows, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. But every time Shirley lost, the more he fought. The eagle's head was raised high, its eagle eyes staring at its opponent forever. This lunatic. Star-Lord Wuxia grinned as he watched. Shirley clearly had defensive measures like falling gray cloak, but after transforming into the iron-crowned eagle, he had not used them in battle. This phenomenon had occurred many times in the previous battles. Star-Lord Wuxia had once asked. Shirley had replied that he had purposely not used them. It was to truly experience the joy of battle, only then could he raise his battle foundation more efficiently. Shirley was a battle addict, he was a fierce person who truly experienced the joy of battle. Again! Shirley shouted, flapping his wings and flying towards the star demon bat. Both sides got closer and were about to collide, but this time, the star demon bat suddenly flapped its wings and displayed an exquisite flying technique, brushing past the iron-crowned eagle. The star demon bat suddenly spat out a meteor, directly hitting the back of the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle coughed out a mouthful of blood, its body shook and it flapped its wings repeatedly before stabilizing itself. Next, Star Lord Wuxia heard Shirley's laughter. Interesting, bullying my flying attainment level, it is only master level. Saying so, he flapped his wings again and charged forward. The star demon bat did not fight head-on, it continued to retreat, using star path, wind path, or dark path goo worms to attack from afar. Both sides fought many times and unknowingly, the star demon bat's body was covered in wounds of all sizes. These wounds were filled with metal path Dao marks, they could not be healed in a short time. Of course, the iron-crowned eagle's injuries were at least twice as severe as the star demon bat's. But Shirley's bravery and craziness had intimidated the star demon bat, causing this desolate beast that was a tyrant of the mountain to feel guilty, not daring to fight him head-on. The star demon bat had low intelligence, it was abandoning its strong points and using its weak points. It had mortal goo on its body, although it caused trouble to Shirley, it was not as dangerous as fighting him head-on. The iron-crowned eagle still did not need to defend, its aura surged as it dodged left and right, finally getting close to the star demon bat. With a sharp screech, the eagle's claws slashed down. The star demon bat dodged agilely, Shirley's claws missed. In terms of flying attainment, the star demon bat that had been flying since it was young was at least a flying grandmaster. The star demon bat pulled some distance and used goo worms to attack from afar again, while the iron-crowned eagle tried all ways to engage in close combat. Like this, both sides were in a deadlock. The star demon bat was bound to lose after defending for a while. Finally, the iron-crowned eagle found a flaw and used its sharp claws to break the bat's wings. The bat's wings were leaking air, and the star demon bat's flying ability fell by a level. Before it could adapt, the iron-crowned eagle had more flaws. Shirley chased after it, and after blocking the star demon bat's final attack, he finally killed it. The star demon bat fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The ground absorbed the blood, and just like Star Lord Wuxia had said, a formless force was activated. Chapter 724. The stars danced around for a while and gathered in the sky, forming a brand new star hall. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was suspended in the air. It was magnificent, exquisite, and gorgeous, and it was much better than the star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared. My guess was right. Star Lord Wuxia said excitedly. Shirley dispelled the iron-crowned eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The wounds on his body healed, but blood flowed freely. He turned his golden eyes and glanced at the sky. No wonder you guessed that this is the center of the grotto heaven. Judging from its aura, it is most likely it. As he spoke, he grimaced in pain as he sat down cross-legged and began to treat his injuries. Healing his injuries was not simple. He needed to use a large number of goo worms to get rid of the star path, wind path, dark path, and other Dao marks on his wounds before using goo worms to heal them. Star Lord Wuxia waited for a moment, and seeing that Shirley's injuries were almost healed, he finally could not hold it in any longer and urged, "Is it enough?" Time was limited. Immortal Monkey Wangda. The prerequisite for the appearance of the 8th star hall was the formation of the 7th star hall. Every time the 7 stars palace appeared, it would only exist for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. If the 7-star hall disappears, the 8-star hall will disappear along with it. Why are you in such a hurry? If you're in a hurry, you can leave first. Shirley opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star Lord Wuxia. Lord Shir, you must be joking. My combat strength has fallen to rock bottom. To break through the ancient desolate beast's defense, I will still need to rely on you, Lord. Star Lord Wuxia chuckled and did not speak further. However, his fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. If not for the fact that his strength had plummeted and the heavenly tribulation was upon him, why would he expose the location of this treasure? How could he endure such vexation? He knew Shirley's schemes and plans. Shirley was addicted to battle and had a rude and violent temperament, but he was not stupid. As long as one was in a high position, there must be something special about him. The illustrious Shirley was not lacking in shrewdness. Shirley was invited by Star Lord Wuxia to explore the starry sky grotto heaven and plunder resources. Although he was interested in breaking through to the 8th star hall, he did not want to see Star Lord Wuxia prosper and obtain large amounts of resources. She had successfully overcome the crisis and escaped his control. If Star Monarch Wuxia didn't obtain a large amount of resources during this trip, he would have died during his tribulation. He had to ask for help from others. Shirley would then be able to act. While helping him, he would also be restricting him. In this way, when he entered the starry sky grotto heaven in the future, he would not be able to do so. Shirley would be able to obtain even greater benefits. It was definitely not a 50-50 split like this time. Every year, starry sky grotto heaven would open a crack and allow Gu immortals to enter. Each time, the Gu immortal could only stay inside for 2 days in Central Continent time. The starry sky grotto heaven had many desolate beasts and rich resources. Wasn't Star Lord Wuxia the same? He was clearly just a loose cultivator. However, he relied on entering the starry sky grotto heaven again and again to strengthen himself. At his peak, he had immense battle strength, not weaker than most of the Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. Even when he was fighting with Song Zixing, that ferocious person, he had a good fight. After waiting for a while, Shirley finished his treatment, and there was not a trace of injury on his body. Due to the previous oath, Shirley could not go too far. After checking his body, he stood up and said to Star Lord Wuxia, "I've made you wait for a long time. We can set off now." Star Lord Wuxia smiled and waved his hand. "I was too anxious. I hope Immortal Monkey King won't blame me. Hard work pays off. I will have to rely on your strength from now on." Shirley nodded without any politeness. "Of course." Saying so, he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. Star Lord Wuxia followed closely behind. The two immortals flew towards the 8th star hall in the sky. At the same time, Fang Yuan and He Lulan also jumped out of the well. "This is another star hall." Fang Yuan looked around and said. He Lulan nodded. "We used many methods to probe earlier, and sure enough, these 6 wells are the transportation passages." The two looked behind them. At the center of this star hall, there were still 6 wells. But the color was slightly different from the previous star hall. In the previous star hall, the 6 wells were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple, and white. However, the water in these 6 wells emitted 6 colors: red, orange, yellow, blue, green, and white. There was 1 less purple color and 1 more green color. He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. The two were astute and shrewd people. They had a sudden realization. "What did you think of?" He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan grinned, revealing his sharp fangs as he answered in a hoarse voice. "If I am not wrong, this starry sky grotto heaven has a special terrain. It is divided into 7 spaces. These 7 spaces are isolated from each other. Outsiders can only enter and exit through the 6 wells in the star hall." He Lulan nodded and picked up a goo worm from the ground. "This mortal goo is the one I threw into the purple well. It is the best evidence. If I'm not wrong, there is another piece of evidence, the sky. When we leave the star hall, the sky of this space should also have 6 round star silhouettes. But there is 1 less purple star silhouette and 1 more green star silhouette." Fang Yuan agreed with He Lulan's conjecture. Ordinary grotto heavens and blessed lands had a seamless internal space. But starry sky grotto heaven was somewhat special. It was actually divided into 7 subspaces, each with its own heaven and earth and ecology. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had explored starry sky grotto heaven's fragment world. He did not know this secret. He and He Lulan finished their discussion and walked out of the star hall, pushing open the door and looking up. Seeing the 6 round star silhouettes hanging in the sky like 6 full moons, He Lulan clapped and laughed. "Just as I guessed." "Wait, someone is here." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He first saw something moving and saw Shirley and Star Lord Wanxiang flying upwards. Following their direction, Feng Yuan discovered the 8th Star Hall. This Star Hall seems to be of a higher standard, floating in the sky and being coveted by others. It is very likely to be the core of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Hei Lulan's gaze was glued to the 8th Star Hall as she guessed. There are actually people here before us. Feng Yuan mumbled. He was inwardly shocked. According to his previous estimations, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven should be uninhabited. Only the heavenly spirit existed. If not for this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven would not have been destroyed in the 500 years of his previous life. But in the current situation he did not see the heavenly spirit, but instead saw 2 Gu immortals. As for the appearance and identity of the Gu immortals, because they were too far away, Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan naturally did not know. But the two felt that these 2 Gu immortals flying in the sky were not the owner of this grotto heaven. If they were really the owner of this grotto heaven, they would have sensed Hei Lulan and Feng Yuan long ago. They would not have remained indifferent until now. What is so strange about this? You can obtain this secret information regarding Starry Sky Grotto Heaven from certain channels, so other Gu immortals can also obtain it. Hei Lulan could accept this fact more than Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. He had concealed the information from Hei Lulan, but the so-called source of information was himself. But now, it seemed that the truth was very different from his expectations. The first reason was Feng Yuan's rebirth and continuous influence, causing the butterfly effect. The second reason was that the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in his previous life had a lot of inside information. It was just that he did not notice it in his previous life and only saw it in this life. Feng Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, leaning towards the second reason. At this time, sounds of fighting could be heard from far away in the 8th Star Hall. It seems that these 2 Gu immortals have the same identity as us. They are both outsiders. But they arrived before us. Hei Lulan's gaze flickered. Feng Yuan did not reply. He only snickered. His laughter was very cold. Hei Lulan also laughed silently. These two were ambitious people. They were both schemers. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. They both felt that they had a huge advantage. They might as well be the Oriole in this situation. Immediately, Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan activated large numbers of mortal Gu, concealing their bodies and auras. They also used all kinds of investigative methods to investigate. The two quietly closed the Star Hall's door, getting rid of all traces and moving out of the hall. After a while, Feng Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and warned Hei Lulan, "Wait, there is a rank 5 investigative Gu ahead." Hei Lulan carefully looked over and saw an eyeball-shaped Gu worm quietly floating in the air. Her eyes moved slowly, constantly scanning the surroundings. The two were not surprised. This Gu worm was not a wild Gu worm. It was clearly left behind by the 2 Gu immortals earlier. This was normal. When Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan were exploring Green Star space, they had also left behind similar investigative Gu in the places they had passed. Gu immortals no longer lacked mortal Gu. If these mortal Gu were left behind, they could be used to investigate, mark and warn the Gu immortals. They were very useful. Hei Lulan was young after all. She had just advanced to an immortal and could not recognize this Gu. She cautiously suggested, "Let's go around it." Feng Yuan, however, smiled. "No need. This Gu is Starlight Fake Eye Gu. It has a long-range detection range. Gu immortals can connect to this place at any time and observe the surroundings through the Fake Eye Gu. Its range is 5 li. It cannot detect invisibility. Maintaining this Gu not only expends primeval essence, it also exhausts the soul. We can use all kinds of methods to conceal ourselves. It is fine to just walk in." At the same time, Feng Yuan recalled and added, "This Gu worm is often used together with True Vision Gu. It can detect invisibility." But that was during the 5 regions chaotic war. At this time, True Vision Gu is still in the hands of a small sect. It has not spread widely. Hei Lulan glanced at Feng Yuan, still feeling uneasy. "Are you sure you did not make a mistake? After all, Gu immortals can secretly research and develop new Gu. Maybe this Gu worm is newly invented and can see through invisibility?" Chapter 725. Fang Yuan spoke with certainty. He Lulan chose to believe him. The two concealed their figures and swaggered past the range of star splendor fake eye goo. As expected, they did not attract the attention of goo immortals. Next, the two continued to discover investigative goo worms similar to star splendor fake eye goo on the way. Some of these goo worms were buried in the ground, some were disguised as leaves, and some were hidden in streams, flowing along with the flow. Fang Yuan used his methods one by one, concealing himself, using goo worms to target them, or burrowing into the ground and water, avoiding these investigative goo worms. The two had wanted to walk below the 8-star hall. That way, the shortest distance would be the closest to the 8-star hall. If there was an opportunity, they would be able to react quickly and rush to the 8th-star hall in the shortest time possible, clearing up the mess and taking advantage of the situation. But as they walked, there was a smell of blood ahead. Fang Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other. The latter's eyes revealed a puzzled light as she transmitted, "Strange, the number and types of investigative goo along the way are increasing. Let's go and take a look." Fang Yuan replied. The two became more careful, dodging or deceiving investigative goo worms. They found more and more traces of battle. After a while, they finally reached the source of the thick smell of blood. They saw a black leopard's corpse lying on a pile of broken rocks. The black leopard was huge, comparable to an elephant. Its fur was long and shiny. It had a wild charm. The remnant aura showed the black leopard's identity. This was a true desolate beast. "This is a desolate beast, vanishing shadow leopard." Fang Yuan sighed. "Who killed this vanishing shadow leopard and left the desolate beast's corpse here?" He Lulan's gaze moved around. Her beautiful eyes showed a trace of doubt. Fang Yuan squatted down, half kneeling on the ground, touching the ravine beside his feet. He took out a time path goo worm and activated it carefully. This goo worm was rank 5. It was extremely rare and looked like a crystal ball. Its name was Backtrack Goo. It was a time path investigative goo that could rewind past events within a certain range. Backtrack Goo activated. It displayed a blurry, soundless battle scene. On the screen, two huge figures were fighting fiercely. There was also a tiny figure standing far away. Backtrack Goo was only a rank 5 mortal goo, be it Shirley, Vanishing Shadow Leopard, or Star Lord Wuxia. They were all rank 6, their immortal bodies and beast bodies had Dao marks. Thus, the results of the reconnaissance were very limited. He Lulan leaned over. He watched for a while. The soundless battle scene was very blurry and unclear. But from the general shape, he could guess that one of them was a Vanishing Shadow Leopard. The one fighting the Vanishing Shadow Leopard did not look like a human, but a tiger-type wild beast. And far away, there was a human figure. It was likely to be a goo immortal. But his face was a blur. He couldn't see clearly at all. Not only that, but the battle was also intermittent. It was not coherent. Fang Yuan and He Lulan watched with bated breath. For a moment, there was no sound except for the gentle breeze in the forest. After activating it for more than 10 breaths of time, Backtrack Goo emitted smoke and the battle scene disappeared. Forcefully backtracking a goo immortal level battle scene had caused this Backtrack Goo to die. Fang Yuan felt a slight heartache. He placed the charred corpse of Backtrack Goo into his immortal aperture, trying not to leave any traces behind. Even though he had been collecting this Backtrack Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies recently, he only collected 50 to 60 of them. This was still during the peaceful times of the 5 regions. During the late stages of the chaotic war, Backtrack Goo would be widely used and would be in high demand. They were all produced for their own use. Jewel Yellow Skies did not sell them at all. He Lulan was very interested. "This goo worm of yours is amazing. What is it called? Did you buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies?" There were countless types of goo worms. He Lulan cultivated Strength Path and not Time Path. She only had a general understanding of it. As for other paths, she was limited to the classic goo worms. Goo worms like Backtrack Goo were rare. It was normal that she did not know much about them. Fang Yuan did not answer. He took out another goo. This goo was refined by him according to his memories. According to the course of history, it had appeared 300 years earlier. It was called Thread Trace Goo. The goo worm had a unique appearance. It was like a small horsewhip, a toy for Northern Plains children. Fang Yuan held it with his huge and sinister zombie claws, making this goo look even smaller. Fang Yuan held the horsewhip in front of him and lightly whipped it. With a snap, traces of something suddenly appeared in front of the originally empty space. What is this? Hei Lolan's beautiful eyes stared at the traces without blinking. Snap, snap, snap. Fang Yuan continuously whipped the horsewhip-shaped thread trace goo. Immediately, more and more lines appeared in the air. Hei Lulan saw this and quickly realized that the location where Fang Yuan whipped was the location of the intense battle in the scene earlier. Other than that, it was also the location where that vague goo immortal was standing. A flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. Hei Lulan's pupils expanded as she blurted out, "Don't tell me these traces are Dao marks?" Fang Yuan smiled smugly. "That's right, they are Dao marks. Be it goo immortals or desolate beasts, their bodies are filled with Dao marks. Wherever they stand, there will be Dao marks left behind for a period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are very weak, even the most sensitive goo immortal cannot sense them. Unless I use the thread trace goo that I developed, they will not show up. I can observe them and see the types of Dao marks, thus deducing some information about them." Fang Yuan once again shamelessly took the creations of others in his previous life and used them on himself. "Thread trace goo." Hei Lulan muttered, her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed slightly. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where Star Lord Wuxia was standing, continuing, "Look there, the Dao marks are in the shape of a human, they are blue in color." Evidently, there was a Star Path goo immortal who was watching the battle with his arms crossed. The main body of the Dao marks has been staying there, although there are some Dao marks around, they are all surrounding the main body. It can be seen that this Star Path goo immortal did not make a move during the entire battle. Look at the density of the Dao marks, it seems to be a rank 6 goo immortal. Hei Lulan's ears pricked up. She looked at the direction where Fang Yuan was pointing, paying full attention to what he was saying. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where the vanishing shadow leopard died. There were black dark path Dao marks there. There were also red fire path Dao marks. He continued, "The dark path Dao marks are clearly the vanishing shadow leopards. The red Dao marks should be the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard. As for their identity, whether they were human or beast, it is uncertain. Look at the dense number of Dao marks, they are intertwining with each other. It shows how intense the battle was. The dark path Dao marks are sparse, while the red Dao marks are denser. It can be determined that the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard was also a rank 6 goo immortal." Hei Lulan's lips were slightly agape as she listened. Her gaze landed on the thread trace goo in Fang Yuan's hands. Her gaze was slightly heated. Although this thread trace goo was only a rank 5 mortal goo, it was too useful. Using this goo, she could obtain so much useful information. The key was the thought that went into refining it. It was very unique. Taking a different path, bypassing the norm, it was unexpected. Although Hei Lulan had just become an immortal, she knew the importance of information. She placed great importance on Fang Yuan's invention of thread trace goo. If Shirley and Star Lord Wuxia were here, they would be sweating profusely. They were currently using traditional investigative and anti-investigative methods. Thread trace goo just happened to find a gap in their anti-investigative methods. Fang Yuan's method. After all, it originated from the 5 regions' chaotic war. It was the crystallization of the entire 5 regions' wisdom. It was equivalent to being half a generation ahead of the current goo immortals. It had a huge advantage. Crack, crack, crack. Fang Yuan whipped the horse whip a few more times. More Dao marks appeared, but at the same time, many Dao marks disappeared. These Dao marks were very weak. Under the effect of thread trace goo, they condensed and appeared. Their lifespan was greatly shortened. The Dao marks intertwined with each other, becoming more and more chaotic. Fang Yuan finally stopped whipping the horse whip, sighing. This thread trace goo's effect is only so. The appearance of Dao marks can only last for a period of time. It requires the observer to have experience. Moreover, activating the immortal goo will leave behind corresponding Dao marks. In an intense battle, many methods were used. The Dao marks were tangled together. It was very chaotic and could not be seen. But thankfully, Both sides did not use many methods in this battle. We can still see the general situation. He Lulan's eyelids twitched slightly. Just a mere rank 5 mortal Gu was able to obtain so much useful information. Was he still not satisfied with it? Her gaze was fixed on thread trace Gu, until Fang Yuan stored it in his immortal aperture. She acutely discovered that thread trace Gu's whip was originally in good condition, but after using it, it was very damaged. Evidently, there was a price to pay for awakening Dao marks. He Lulan estimated that this thread trace Gu could be used at least 2 more times. Immediately, her evaluation of the thread trace Gu rose to another level. The total of 3 chances. A mere rank 5 Gu could have 3 chances to investigate a rank 6 existence and obtain so much information. Just as He Lulan was about to ask Fang Yuan if he was selling thread trace Gu, Fang Yuan took out an investigative Gu worm. This was a Chi Path Gu worm. Fang Yuan activated it and allowed it to absorb aura. Next, Fang Yuan put this Chi Path Gu worm back and took out another Gu worm. He roamed around the battlefield like this, using Gu worms from time to time. He Lulan only recognized a small portion of these Gu worms, and it was only vague, to the extent that she could not be sure. As for the rest, He Lulan was completely clueless and could not recognize them at all. She subconsciously pursed her lips. For the first time, she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable. During the trip to Northern Plains, she only felt that Fang Yuan was astute, he was her greatest enemy. She had no choice but to cooperate with Fang Yuan. She was clear that this was asking a tiger for its skin. She borrowed Fang Yuan's strength to successfully pass the heavenly calamity and ascend to an immortal. She had thought that she could suppress Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan borrowed her and Fairy Li Shan's strength to intimidate the Gu immortals of Crane Gate. The whole process was accomplished without a fight. He Lulan did not even have a chance to make a move. Since there were no losses, Fang Yuan did not have double the compensation. He achieved his goal without expending a single soldier. In contrast, He Lulan herself, in order to coax Fang Yuan into helping her, she gave reckless savage demon Venerable's precious true meaning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was truly a ruthless person. He directly swallowed it, not even leaving any leftovers for He Lulan. Later, when Fang Yuan started the Guts Gu business, he gave the profits to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan of his own accord. Although He Lulan's strength Chi Immortal Gu was needed in the process, He Lulan felt uncomfortable all along, as if she was being controlled by someone. Now that He Lulan saw these methods used by Fang Yuan, her heart shuddered. Chapter 726. After He Lulan became a Gu immortal, she received Fairy Li Shan's teachings, guiding her step by step, including all aspects. It could be said that she held nothing back. Thus, He Lulan's investigative methods were far beyond ordinary Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan's foundation is so deep that he is far ahead of most Gu immortals. Even though I have several immortal Gu, can I refine new Gu and modify killer moves like Fang Yuan? He Lulan shook her head inwardly. Her strength path killer moves were given to her by her mother. And to refine new Gu, she needed to create new Gu recipes. This process not only needed resources and sufficient foundation attainment level, it also needed inspiration and luck. He Lulan was a Gu immortal, but she was too young. She was not a refinement path master. She was not even skilled in refinement path. However, these things required a long period of time and practice to slowly accumulate. At this time, Fang Yuan walked over with large strides. He said, "After summarizing all the clues, I almost know the other party's identity. One is a rank 6-star path Gu immortal. He has never fought before. He is quite mysterious. The other is an earth path and transformation path Gu immortal. He has a strong aura. Using a Gu worm to reconstruct a trace of his voice, it is very likely to be combat immortal sects Swordplay." Fang Yuan said. That immortal Monkey King? He Lulan and Fang Yuan had shared most of the information. She naturally knew what kind of person Swordplay was. She frowned slightly, feeling slightly troubled. Swordplay was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had extraordinary battle strength. Even though He Lulan had several strength path immortal Gu, Swordplay also had earth path immortal Gu. And he had them long ago. He had even created his own immortal killer move. Not just that, he also cultivated transformation path. His battle talent could be said to be 1 in a million. He Lulan had self-strength immortal goo. She used it to activate her mortal killer move, forming a strength path phantom giant. It could be considered an immortal killer move. All along, He Lulan had been trying to perfect it, but her progress had been slow. Fang Yuan, if you use the killer move Myriad Self and join hands with me, I will be able to kill you. It might be able to resist the immortal Monkey King. But no one can deal with that mysterious star path goo immortal. He Lulan pondered. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I have not told you yet, because the core immortal goo is hungry. He could not use Myriad Self anymore. I can only use mortal killer moves. He Lulan took a long look at Fang Yuan, then narrowed her eyes. In that case, we should try our best to avoid fighting them head-on. Roar 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 dash. High in the sky. Roars and roars could be heard. Fang Yuan looked up and said, when two strong forces fight, there are bound to be casualties. We'll just play it by ear. Although our battle strength is lower than theirs, if we have the chance, we might be able to kill the two of them. Even if things go south, I still have fixed immortal travel. We can fight them head-on and gain some time to activate fixed immortal travel. He Lulan nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan's words were to her liking. The two decided. First, they would take advantage of the situation. The corpse of the vanishing shadow leopard was a considerable amount of wealth. Even though there were large numbers of investigative goo around. There were large numbers of investigative goo worms, but it was not a problem for this old demon Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had methods that were half an era ahead. He took action, sealing or deceiving. After a while, without attracting Star Lord Wan Xiang's attention, he obtained the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse. This vanishing shadow leopard's fur can be used to refine many defensive goo. Its bones can be refined into shadow attachment goo, shadow trace goo and others. Its eyes are excellent materials for dark vision goo, black fog goo and others. It is a pity that its blood is all gone, otherwise it would be more valuable. He Lulan placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse into her immortal aperture, her eyes shining with joy. The other party seems to be purposely letting them bleed. It seems that the star hall in the sky is indeed an important place. They should have placed the desolate beast corpses aside for now. Fang Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was not good for preserving corpses. Thus he placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse in He Lulan's hands. Both of them were bold and lawless people. Even though the enemy was strong, they still dared to plot against them. Next, they followed their previous plan and sneaked forward, still trying to get close to the 8th star hall in the sky. But on the way, they soon made a new discovery. There are more investigative goo ahead, don't tell me. He Lulan's gaze showed anticipation. Soon, the two evaded all the investigative goo. They passed through a mountain pass and arrived at a valley. In the valley, there was a desolate beast corpse the size of a hill. It was shaped like a colt, but it was huge. Its 4 hooves were thick and black like iron. Its whole body was red. It had firm muscles and a strong body. The mane and ponytail on its neck were very lush and golden in color. Streams of blood flowed out of the hole-like wounds on its body. The blood was boiling. The heat caused the nearby grass and trees to turn yellow. Fang Yuan and He Lulan got closer, feeling the heat of summer. This is a desolate beast scarlet stampede divine colt. It has a large number of fire path wild goo in its body. It can walk on fire. Its blood is hot. It is an excellent material for refining fire path goo worms. It is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. He Lulan looked at the horse's blood flowing out. She felt a heartache. The two worked for a while before getting the Scarlet Stampede Divine Colt's corpse. Star Lord Wan Xiang was still in the dark. After leaving this valley, the two moved stealthily for a while before Fang Yuan slowed down. Our destination is in front of us. But there seems to be a large number of investigative goo on the left. Should we go take a look? Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, transmitting. Of course. He Lulan replied straightforwardly. The two came to the location surrounded by investigative goo and saw another desolate beast corpse. This was a yellow jade lion. It was like an elephant, it was lying on the ground, its eyes were almost closed, only a slit was left. Large amounts of yellow blood flowed out of the wound on its stomach. Fang Yuan and He Lulan quietly got closer. This yellow jade lion's body actually started to tremble. It struggled to open its eyelids and slowly opened its bloody mouth, letting out a weak roar, as if it wanted to continue fighting. Yellow jade lions are brave indeed. To be able to injure this yellow jade lion to this extent, it seems that Shirley's transformation path battle strength is more outstanding than I expected. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He quickly took action, stealing the yellow jade lion under the watchful eyes of many investigative goo. He clapped his hands, a large number of healing goo flew out of his immortal aperture and landed on the yellow jade lion's body, quickly stabilizing its injuries and giving it its last breath. You plan to save it? He Lulan was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded. Saving it is 100 times easier than capturing a desolate beast, why not? I will leave this desolate beast with you, protect it carefully, count it as my share. This way, as long as things progressed smoothly, Fang Yuan's promise to the land spirit of Langyou would be completed. He Lulan kept the yellow jade lion in her immortal aperture. Her gaze flashed as she made up her mind, saying, "The 3 desolate beasts we encountered were purposely bled. This is likely a step that Shirley's side must complete. Or maybe the star hall in the sky appeared because of this. After all, when we were in the green star space earlier, there was nothing in the sky. How many desolate beast corpses do you think there are other than these 3 places?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "Even if you didn't mention it, I wanted to say it. That's right, according to this situation, there are many desolate beast corpses. If a desolate beast corpse is sold well, we can get around 40 immortal yuan stone. We are simply reaping without any effort by picking up these desolate beast corpses. The profits are huge and the cost is negligible. A bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush, moreover, we might not have the chance. It is more appropriate to swallow these pieces of meat first." The 2 had the same idea, immediately changing their strategy and starting to search for desolate beast corpses. They could not use investigative goo worms openly, but the clues were quite obvious. Star-Lord Wuxia's original plan was to keep these desolate beast corpses and deal with them when they conquered the 8th Star Hall. The aura of these desolate beasts was still lingering. They did not have to worry about being eaten by other wild beasts. Shirley was in charge of fighting, while Star-Lord Wuxia was in charge of setting up investigative goo. Naturally, he would set up even more investigative goo near the desolate beast corpses. But he would never have thought that the gathering of these investigative goo would be the most obvious clue, the beacon for Fang Yuan and He Lulan. This is a chestnut yak. Its meat is like chestnut and can be eaten raw. It has a gentle nature and is a special desolate beast. Keep it. He Lulan laughed happily. Oh my, there is a golden pangolin. Unfortunately, its armor is damaged, otherwise it could be sold for a higher price. Fang Yuan said with some pity. Flying bear, there is actually a flying bear corpse. Good, this is great. I want this corpse. He Lulan was overjoyed. Star demon bat. I knew this poisonous swamp looked familiar. Unfortunately, the bat wings are mostly torn. If I transplant them, my movement speed will be affected. I wonder if I can repair them first. Fang Yuan also stole the star demon bat's corpse. He was a little regretful, but soon felt relieved. After all, if Fang Yuan did not make a move himself, why would Shirley take care of Fang Yuan's plan? Reaping without sowing was already a great bargain. He had not encountered such good luck in a long time. The 2 obtained close to 10 desolate beast corpses, making a fortune. Next, the 2 searched carefully, and after confirming there were no desolate beast corpses left, they rushed to the bottom of the 8th Star Hall. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, a giant figure the size of a small mountain would fall down heavily. With a loud sound, it smashed on the ground, causing rocks to shatter and dust to rise. It is the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. It is dead. This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. Chapter 727. The corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar was right in front of them. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were tempted, but they did not move. The two raised their heads at the same time, looking at the sky. High up in the sky, the 8th star hall was shaking. Rumbling sounds of explosions, the roars of wild beasts came from the hall. With a loud bang, the star hall shook fiercely. A resplendent pillar of flames shot out from the roof of the star hall, creating a huge hole in the roof. The star hall was not a physical body, it was the condensation of the grotto heaven's atmosphere. The damaged area of the roof started to emit specks of starlight. The hole continued to spread outwards. A beacon of smoke shot up to the sky. Such an intense fight. Lulan sighed. Fight, fight, the more intense the better. Fang Yuan muttered. The 8th star hall was in a mess, both sides were fighting intensely. A desolate beast flame tiger that was riddled with wounds roared, spitting out a huge fireball. The fireball shot towards the giant tree. While it was still in the air, the flame tiger moved its claws, following behind the fireball, charging towards the giant tree. The giant tree moved its soft and huge branches. Its branches were very peculiar. They were like thick and supple octopus tentacles. With a paw sound, a tentacle-like branch smashed the fireball. With another smack, another branch whipped over, sending the flame tiger desolate beast behind fireball flying. The flame tiger howled in pain, flying back 100 steps and landing on the ground. Light exploded, revealing a human form. It was immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley spat out 3 teeth, his expression was fanatical and excited. What a walking meat tree! It is indeed worthy of being a legendary item. Ancient desolate plants are indeed extraordinary. Star Lord Wuxia at the side was continuously shooting out starlight attacks from afar. Hearing Shirley's shouts, he transmitted helplessly, Immortal Monkey Wangda is very strong against humans. Stop playing around, use your Earth Path Master battle power. Shirley was not someone who did not understand the situation. He said without hesitation, all right, I have already used Transformation Path battle power. He was satisfied that he had managed to kill a astral soaring heavenly boar. Next, I will use my true Earth Path cultivation to get rid of this lively walking meat tree. Star-Lord Wuxia was overjoyed. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was finally going to use his true abilities. But at the next moment, Shirley sat cross-legged on the bricks of the hall and started healing. Star-Lord Wuxia, hold on for now. After I get rid of the fire path Dao marks on my body, I will be able to heal you. Then use Earth Path methods. Hearing this, Star-Lord Wuxia nodded. He almost cursed out loud. But he did not say anything in the end. Shirley's request was reasonable. He had fire path Dao marks on him. It would greatly disrupt and weaken the power of Earth Path goo worms. Star-Lord Wuxia had no choice but to swallow his anger and agree. He took the initiative to fly forward and face the walking meat tree head-on. Although Star Monarch Wuxia had been beaten by Song Zixing and his foundation had been damaged, he was not a match for Song Zixing. However, his methods were still impressive. Beams of starlight shot out like pillars, giving off a majestic aura. Hit the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree moved 3 of its branches to retaliate. Star-Lord Wuxia's body suddenly shook as 5 starlight clones appeared. The clones and the main body split up and occupied 6 different positions, each using a different star path killer move to attack the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree was hit a few times. It was furious and moved more than 10 branches to retaliate. Crack, crack, crack. Star-Lord Wuxia's starlight clones were destroyed one by one. Star-Lord Wuxia dodged left and right among the whip shadows of the tentacles, but he was soon at a disadvantage. Fighting the walking meat tree head-on, he finally felt an enormous pressure. Crack. With a crisp sound, Star-Lord Wuxia lost his footing after defending for too long. He was sent flying. Along the way, he crashed into a thick pillar, but his momentum did not decrease as he flew out of the Star Hall. Without Star-Lord Wuxia in front of him, the walking meat tree immediately used layers of whip shadows to attack Shirley, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Trash! Shirley opened his eyes. His golden pupils were burning with battle intent. He shouted angrily as he stood up and charged towards the walking meat tree. Star Monarch Wuxiang drew a long arc in the air before finally stopping. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 8th star hall, showing a cold smile of success. He had purposely been sent flying so that Shirley would have to fight. I did not hesitate to expose the treasure land of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to you, but you still don't want to fight? Suddenly, Star Lord Wuxiang coughed out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted his mind. He sucked in a breath of cold air and shock flashed across his eyes. When this walking meat tree hit me, it actually imprinted the strength path Dao mark in my body, causing my organs to suffer a direct blow. After discovering this, Star Lord Wuxiang did not want to charge forward foolishly and fight the walking meat tree. I will let Shirley fight, he is a battle maniac anyway. Under the walking meat tree's pressure, I need to fight with all my strength. I've already paid such a heavy price. I'd better heal the injuries in my body first. Immediately, Star Lord Wuxiang summoned a goo worm that turned into a star cloud bed. He directly sat cross-legged on the bed, floating in the air as he started to heal his injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes. His injuries were already healed. He first looked at the 8th star hall, before looking down and seeing the corpse of the ancient desolate beast Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar. He then looked at the other battlefields and saw desolate beast corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to retrieve these corpses. Considering Shirley's feelings, he gave up on this idea. Forget it, there is no need to give Shirley something to talk about for no reason. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven. I should go and join the battle first to settle the situation. Thinking of this, Star Lord Wuxiang stored the star cloud bed goo and flew away, drawing a line of starlight in the air as he returned to the 8th star hall. Under the dense shade of the tree, He Lulan and Feng Yuan, who were concealing their aura, finally let out a sigh of relief. Feng Yuan, the goo worm you left behind successfully deceived the other party. He Lulan said excitedly. My method can only simulate an image, it cannot be used to investigate. Quick, let's not talk about this, let's take advantage of this first. Feng Yuan did not have time to be proud. He took the lead and sneaked towards the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse. The two quickly arrived beside the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse. The Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse was as large as a hill, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Feng Yuan and He Lulan purposely went around it, hiding in the shadows and making preparations before making their move. They first plundered the wild goo on the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse. There were many wild goo, but in the battle with Shirley, more than half of them were destroyed. After the Flying Heavenly Boar died, another half escaped, leaving only a few goo worms. After Feng Yuan plundered for a while, he started to collect the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's soul. The desolate beast corpses they encountered earlier did not have souls. Maybe after a long time, the soul left the body, or more likely, it was taken away by Shirley or Star Lord Wuxiang. But this Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, because the battle had just ended, Shirley's side had no time to collect it, thus Feng Yuan had a chance. But the result was disappointing to Feng Yuan. This Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's soul was almost completely damaged, only a tiny bit was left. It was obvious that he had suffered a soul attack in the previous battle. No wonder the Star Path Goo Immortal from earlier did not fly down to collect this boar's soul. Feng Yuan sighed, he willed and took out hundreds of goo worms. These goo worms included Light Path, Dark Path, and a small number of Strength Path, Blood Path, Bone Path, and Chi Path. Under Feng Yuan's control, these goo worms flew closely around the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's body. After going one round after another, Feng Yuan nodded at He Lulan. He Lulan was already prepared. After receiving Feng Yuan's instructions, she immediately activated the dozens of goo worms that she had prepared. With the help of these goo worms, the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse was pushed into He Lulan's immortal aperture in a short period of time. Meanwhile, the hundreds of goo worms that Feng Yuan had activated remained at the same spot, flying according to their original trajectory. They let out bursts of light and shadows that connected into one, forming the image of the astral wind flying heavenly boar. It was extremely lifelike. At first glance, one would think that the real astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was right in front of them. Your method is really good. He Lulan praised again. Earlier, Star Lord Wuxiang did not sense anything strange because he was deceived by this method. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is only a simple method, it cannot be inspected carefully. If it is raised into a killer move, the effect will be even better. Oh no. He Lulan's expression suddenly froze. She pointed at a place and quickly reminded Fang Yuan, there is a flaw here. Fang Yuan looked over. Sure enough, the simulation of the astral wind flying heavenly boar was missing its anus. How could a flying heavenly boar not have an anus? This was indeed a huge flaw. Fang Yuan quickly controlled his goo worms, adjusting the simulation and simulating the anus. But He Lulan said again, oh no, oh no. The anus is out, it is gone. Fang Yuan looked and blushed with shame. The astral wind flying heavenly boar's rank is too high, its body is too big, my method cannot simulate it completely, I have already reached my limit. To mend Peter, I have to tear down Paul. He Lulan nodded, her tone was bold and unrestrained as she said without any reservations, then don't change it, keep it, don't have an anus, it will be more realistic. Fang Yuan did as he was told, changing the simulation back to its original state. I say, Fang Yuan, don't tell me you specialize in researching killer moves. When we return, raise this method to killer move level, it will be easier to use in the future. He Lulan clicked her tongue. Do you think we will encounter such a good thing in the future? The method is already good enough, there is no need to raise it to killer move level. Fang Yuan shook his head, looking at the sky again. Smoke rose from the Star Hall, there was only a hole earlier, but now it was filled with holes all over the Star Hall. Loud explosions resounded, louder and more frequent than before. Just as they were looking, a broken tree smashed down from the Star Hall. With a loud bang, the roots of the giant tree fell on the ground, causing the ground under He Lulan and Fang Yuan to shake. Next, the other half of the giant tree, which was the crown, also fell down. Chapter 728. The walking meat tree was a legendary plant recorded in The Legends of Rinzhu. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 3, Section 16. Rinzhu's third son, Northern Dark Ice Soul, because of accident Gu's revival he was left outside. Encountering desolate Guyue gave second sister a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom Gu, the siblings went to the Blue Sea together, searching for the life gem that could revive their father, Rinzhu. In the end, desolate Guyue discovered the mystery of life and took the initiative to sacrifice itself, turning itself into a damaged gem of life. The Northern Dark Ice Soul took the gem of life and tried to return to his father's side to save Rinzhu. However, it was extremely difficult for him to enter the gate of life and death. There were two paths in the gate of life and death. One was the path of life and the other was the path of death. Regardless of which path, there would be many worry Gu. And to overcome the interference of distress Gu and enter the door of life and death, he needed the help of Courage Gu. Then, the Courage Gu was brought in by Rinzhu and was currently on his body. The Northern Dark Ice Soul didn't have the courage to enter the gate of life and death. He had no choice but to use Vagrant to find a solution. He walked over high mountains, crossed rivers, ran for his life while being chased by wild beasts, endured hunger in the cold, and suffered many hardships. Beiming Ice Soul was filled with deep guilt and anxiety. What he felt guilty about was that he had given desolate Guyue the meaning of life, resulting in desolate Guyue sacrificing himself to become a gem of life. Northern Dark Ice Soul was the same as the murderer who killed his second sister. What made him anxious was that even though he had the gem of life, he couldn't return to his father's side. He was worried that after a long time, his father's soul would scatter in Luopa Valley, and Guyue Desolate Een would also sacrifice himself in vain. He walked and walked. The purple sky above his head slowly faded and turned black. The immemorial 9 heavens, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. One day, it would cover all 5 regions. In the primordial era, the sky was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth intersected with each other. People could walk up to the sky from the earth, and they could also walk down from the sky. The northern dark ice soul wandered aimlessly and unknowingly left the ground. He walked into the depths of the black sky. The black sky was completely dark, but it wasn't deathly still. There were many life forms living here. In the darkness, the northern dark ice soul could not find the way back. He became even more anxious, terrified, and lost. He walked and walked without knowing where he was going. He didn't know how many times he had fallen and tumbled. Suddenly, he saw a ball of fire in front of him. It was the only light in the dark sky. Dark North Ice Soul was overjoyed and hurriedly walked towards the flame. He walked closer to the ball of fire and found that it was a goo. Northern Dark Ice Soul was very curious and asked, "What goo are you? You can actually emit light in the dark sky. Please help me, I want to get out of the dark sky. Go back to the surface. I have something important to do." Goo's tone was very weak. It said to Northern Dark Ice Soul, "My name is Fire. And who are you?" The Northern Dark Ice Soul said, "I am a human. My name is the Northern Dark Ice Soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the road clearly and return to the surface." Goo sighed. "So you are a human. I have heard of a famous person. He is called Verdant Great Sunday." So it was Verdant Great Sunday. He had reputation Goo, and his reputation spread all over the world. Almost no one did not know of him. The Northern Dark Ice Soul said happily, Right, Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire Goo continued, "I can help you. But before that, you have to help me first. I am too hungry. I am about to die from hunger. Help me find some food and bring it back." The Northern Dark Ice Soul asked, "Fire Goo, what do you eat? How am I supposed to find him in this pitch-black darkness?" Fire Goo said, "I am one of the least picky goo worms in the world. I eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me." The Northern Dark Ice Soul searched around and picked up some tree branches, throwing them to the Fire Goo. After the Fire Goo ate them, it immediately brightened up and emitted even more warmth. Its body also grew from the size of a fist to the size of a basin. It was very happy. "Can you give me more food?" The Northern Dark Ice Soul nodded and searched around again, picking up a pile of rocks and throwing them to the Fire Goo. The Fire Goo ate for a long time before sighing, "Sigh, I am too hungry, my teeth are not good, I can't chew the things I could chew before. Bring me something that is easy to digest." The Northern Dark Ice Soul thought for a moment. "How about this, Fire Goo, follow me and light up my path. If you see anything delicious on the way, I will feed it to you. How about that?" The Fire Goo agreed and shrunk into a small ball, allowing the Northern Dark Ice Soul to hold it in his hand. Like this, the Northern Dark Ice Soul started his journey back, feeding everything he saw to the Fire Goo. After many times, the Fire Goo became bigger and bigger. On this day, the Northern Dark Ice Soul stopped to rest. The Fire Goo was eating tree branches in front of him, swaying gracefully. Suddenly, countless footsteps could be heard. The Northern Dark Ice Soul looked over and saw a large group of trees, under the illumination of the fire, moving towards him. Not only trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insects. The Northern Dark Ice Soul was frightened, immediately picking up the Fire Goo and running. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts and insects chased after him. Wherever the Northern Dark Ice Soul ran to, the pursuers would follow. The pursuers shouted, "The one in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you, we only want to escape from the fire. The Dream Realm is about to catch up, do us a favor and let us use the fire to save our lives." The Northern Dark Ice Soul gasped for breath. He could not run anymore. The pursuers were about to catch up. At this time, the Fire Goo said to him, "Oh human, don't be afraid, these pursuers are my food, I will help you. You can just toss me over." The Northern Dark Ice Soul was forced by the situation. He could only listen to the Fire Goo and throw it backwards. The first thing the Fire Goo encountered was a large group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches of the trees were fleshy, like the tentacles of an octopus. The Fire Goo burned the trees. The tree trunks were burnt to ashes. The branches were burnt into pieces of cooked meat. The fragrance of the meat attracted the northern dark ice soul. He picked it up and took a big bite. He was overjoyed, saying it was delicious. Heilolan's eyes widened slightly as she stared unblinkingly at the broken trunk and tentacle-like branches. There was a tone of disbelief in her voice. "This is the walking meat tree?" "Absolutely." Feng Yuan nodded, his gaze similarly burning. The immemorial 9 heavens only have black heaven and white heaven left. The walking meat tree was a life form of black heaven, so it was much easier to obtain it compared to the primordial life forms of other heavens. At least black heaven was still alive. 7-star child is a rank 8 Gu immortal. He has the ability to explore black heaven. It is likely that this walking meat tree was obtained from his exploration. This walking meat tree. The aura surged. He had at least rank 7 battle strength. Even better, it's a rare strength path plant. Hei Lulan licked her lips and said excitedly. Feng Yuan was also delighted. The walking meat tree was a strength path plant with branches, trunk and leaves. They were all excellent materials for refining strength path Gu worms. Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan were both strength path Gu immortals. They needed it. But when the two were about to sneak over and take the walking meat tree away, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky. This sound was unprecedented. It shook the heavens, and an invisible sound wave swept through the surroundings. The 8th star hall shook intensely, almost breaking apart. Large amounts of starlight scattered. It was close to being destroyed. Roar! A dragon roar resounded. It was not inferior to the previous explosion. It resounded in the world. Next, Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan saw Shirlei and Star Lord Wuxia flying out of the Star Hall. A giant dragon flew out of the Star Hall. This dragon was over 1,000 feet long. It was filled with eerie aura and looked majestic. The dragon horns on its head were like silver, its eyes were half closed, and its dragon scales were like gray stones. Its 8 dragon claws were sinister and terrifying. A vast amount of pale white corpse chi was like clouds or mist. It coiled around its entire body. "Don't tell me this is a zombie dragon?" Hei Lulan blurted out this dragon's origin. A zombie dragon was not an immemorial life form. It was because Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Souls in the world were not sucked away by the door of life and death. They turned into zombies. A zombie dragon was a flying dragon. After its death, its soul did not leave its body. It turned into a zombie. This zombie dragon has 8 claws. It should have been an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive. It had rank 8 battle strength. Now that it has died and turned into a zombie dragon, it has rank 7 peak stage battle strength. No wonder Shirlei was forced out. Feng Yuan analyzed. In the sky, the zombie dragon roared. Its body twisted as it flew towards Shirlei. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out a pale white corpse fire. Dragon fire was the attack of a giant dragon. It was its innate ability. It was like a bull's horn, a bear's paw, or a bee's sting. Wariness flashed in Shirlei's eyes. He did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly moved to the left. Just as he dodged the corpse fire, he saw a huge dragon tail. Shirlei's eyes opened wide. He raised his arms to protect his chest. He could not dodge it. In Feng Yuan, Star Lord Wuxia, and Hei Lulan's vision, they saw the zombie dragon moving elegantly, turning its huge body and swinging its tail. It hit Shirlei, who had just dodged the corpse fire. With a loud sound, Shirlei was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the middle of a mountain, burrowing deep into the mountain rocks. The entire mountain peak shook intensely. Rocks and soil rolled and fell down, burying him. Star Monarch Wuxia sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. The zombie dragon was so powerful. This was the first time he had seen immortal Monkey King Shirlei in such a pathetic state. But soon he heard Shirlei's angry roar from under the rocks. "Loach, you have successfully angered me. Take this immortal killer move of mine." Earth-shattering heaven. The sky split open. A small mountain pressed down on the zombie dragon. Hei Lulan's eyelids twitched. This immortal killer move activates so quickly? Normally speaking, the stronger the immortal killer move, the longer the activation time was. But Shirlei's earth-shattering move defied logic. Not only was it powerful, it also activated quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge in time. But the zombie dragon did not seem to think of dodging. Looking at the small mountain crashing down, disdain flashed in its eyes. With a loud sound, the zombie dragon raised its head, smashing the small mountain. Shirley's immortal killer move did not seem to have any effect. Good, this is the kind of opponent that is fun. Shirley was surprised and joyful. He charged into the sky, crashing into the zombie dragon. One man and one dragon fought in the sky. The wind and clouds shook and the sky changed color. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This zombie dragon is not simple. Its body seems to have been affected by a defensive immortal goo worm. Chapter 729. In the sky, one man and one dragon fought. Explosions resounded as the battle reached its climax. Star Lord Wan Xiang was at the side, unable to interfere. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were hiding in the forest, observing from afar, waiting for a chance to attack. The giant dragon roared. Its corpse chi was vast, suppressing the famous Central Continent goo immortal expert Shirley. This zombie dragon is powerful. It was a wind path azure dragon when it was alive, but after turning into a zombie dragon, not only did it have wind path and dark path Dao marks, its speed also seems to have been amplified by an immortal goo. After watching for a while, He Lulan gradually realized something. Starry Sky Blessed Land's owner, 7-star child, had a wind path immortal goo called Wind Sprint Immortal Goo. But using this goo requires immortal essence. According to rumors, 7-star child had once created a killer move that could use the effect of an immortal goo on a target for a long period of time. Now that I have seen it, it seems to be true. Fang Yuan added. The zombie dragon's defense and movement were enhanced by immortal goo. It was also experienced in battle. When its huge dragon body charged, it was extremely domineering. When it swung its tail, it gave off an aura of elegance from when it was alive. Most importantly, the corpse chi dragon flames were extremely powerful. They could match the best mortal offensive killer moves. Shirley shouted continuously. He used close to 10 different battle tactics, but could not change the situation. Often, when he recovered a little, he would be suppressed by the zombie dragon again. Be it attack, defense, movement or other aspects, the zombie dragon had no weaknesses. It had an advantage in all aspects. He Lulan's expression became more solemn as she watched. She said, Shirley's battle strength far exceeds my estimation. If I were him, I would only be able to hold on for a while against the zombie dragon's attacks. I would be killed by the zombie dragon. If it were you, Fang Yuan, unless you could use myriad self, you would only be able to hold on for a little longer. There would be no chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not retort. He Lulan's assessment was reasonable. Although she was a strength path extreme immortal, she had extraordinary aptitude, but because of her life experience, she did not think highly of herself. She was instead very humble and cautious. She knew her limits. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to last longer than her was because of this. It was all because of Fang Yuan's flying skill and the movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings. But Fang Yuan's speed surpassed He Lulan. Without myriad self, he could not threaten the zombie dragon. Thus, he could only flee. The icy drill Stardust could not harm the zombie dragon. He had no chance of winning at all. He Lulan had a strength path immortal goo and half an immortal offensive killer move. Her attack power surpassed Fang Yuan, but her movement and defense were both flaws. Although she could deal damage to the zombie dragon wouldn't take a beating for nothing. In a direct confrontation, He Lulan could last longer than Fang Yuan. The so-called experts did not only refer to battle prowess. He was still referring to her eyesight. Based on the intelligence, he knew whether he could win or not. This was how one judged the situation. Self-awareness. Without these two things, even if one's strength was tyrannical, one would not be able to go far. Who to provoke, who not to provoke, fight or retreat. Retreating was not cowardice, but cherishing one's wings. Waiting for the future to soar to the sky. We can't make a move under their watch. Let's leave the walking meat tree there. I suggest we retreat. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. This is what I wanted to say. An accident occurred during the battle. No one can predict it. If we stay here and risk being discovered, we won't be able to do anything. We might as well retreat to a faraway place. After the two of them came to a decision, they quietly retreated. Their advantage was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. They could reap the spoils later. Right now, the enemy was strong while they were weak. They needed to maintain this advantage. After retreating far enough, He Lulan suddenly said, "Actually, I've been thinking about a question. How did they get in?" Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. "I was also thinking about this. There were no investigative goo worms near the star hull we came in from. This is not normal for goo immortals. Based on this, it is likely that they did not come from the star hull. This space was the place where they had first set foot in. And to enter someone's blessed land or grotto heaven, the most common way is to follow a loophole or crack, or use methods like whole earth goo or connecting heaven goo." He Lulan continued. "Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo are unlikely. They need both sides' agreement to construct them. This starry sky grotto heaven is quite strange. The heavenly spirit has not appeared for a long time. We have been here for so long, but there has not been any encirclement against us. If Shirley and the rest could obtain agreement, they would not be fighting like this." Fang Yuan said. "So, loopholes and cracks are most likely." He Lulan snickered. A sinister light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He said what He Lulan was thinking. "They do not have fixed immortal travel like us. It is fine if they have other space path goo worms. If they really came in through a loophole or crack, we can use this to ambush them and scheme against them. We might even have a huge harvest." If Star Lord Wuxia and Shirley heard this, they would break out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were demons full of evil tricks, but most importantly, they were quick-witted and would not let go of any small clue. They could actually guess how Shirley and Star Lord Wuxia entered the grotto heaven. But just as Fang Yuan and He Lulan were about to split up and search for loopholes, the situation in the sky changed again. Shirley could not take down the zombie dragon after a long time. He roared in anger as he was suppressed by it. His body suddenly retreated, and after pulling some distance, his body shook. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rolling Rock Battlefield. The sky changed, turning into a gray rock battlefield. The battlefield expanded rapidly, including the zombie dragon and Shirley. From the outside, it looked as if there was a huge gray cloud of stone hanging in the sky, blocking the view of the inside and the outside. He Lulan and Fang Yuan's hearts shook. He Lulan thought, "Good method, it is actually an immortal battlefield killer move. To form this killer move, at least 3 immortal goo are needed, and the immortal goo have to be related to each other." Fang Yuan thought, "Rolling rock battlefield. In my previous life, vicious lightning fiend lost to this move. To think that Shirley would have this method at this time." At the same time, Star Lord Wuxia also had a different thought. Shirley is going to fight the zombie dragon to the death. What should I do? There are no ancient desolate beasts guarding the 8th star hall, and the battlefield killer move isolates the inside and outside. I should go and scout the 8th star hall first? The more Star Lord Wuxia thought about it, the more excited he got. After a dozen or so breaths of time, he could not hold back anymore. He turned into a meteor and flew into the 8th star hall. Seeing Star Lord Wuxia's actions, He Lulan and Fang Yuan stopped their plans. The two knew people's hearts well. They were astute people. They immediately guessed that the star hall's defenses were weak. "Let's take a gamble. Do you dare to take a gamble and charge forward?" Fang Yuan and He Lulan transmitted at the same time. They flew up and flew towards the 8th star hall. The two arrived at the 8th star hall and found a messy battlefield. As they expected, the 8th star hall had 3 layers of defenses. The first was astral wind flying heavenly boar, the second was the walking meat tree, and the third was the zombie dragon. With the 3 layers of defenses gone, they could enter the deepest part of the star hall. The two activated their defensive killer moves at the same time, moving deeper into the star hall together. Soon they found the inner hall. The door of the inner hall was open. Star Lord Wuxia had already entered. Fang Yuan and He Lulan did not dare to waste precious time. They stealthily entered the inner hall. At the next moment, they saw Star Lord Wuxia. Star Lord Wanxiang was in a strange state. His back was facing Feng Yuan and He Lulan. He was standing on the spot. His body was trembling as if he was extremely terrified. Immortal Venerable, spare me. Suddenly he shouted in a fearful tone. He knelt down on the ground. He was begging for mercy. In front of him, there was an eerie scene. There were no lamps in the inner hall. There was no light. Feng Yuan and He Lulan could only vaguely see a tall throne. Immortal Venerable. He Lulan and Feng Yuan looked at each other. Deceitful tricks. Immediately, Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He took a step forward. He Lulan followed closely behind. At the next moment, their pupils shrunk to pin size. Their bodies stiffened like stone. A female figure appeared in front of them. She wore a dark blue robe. Her beautiful hair was like a dazzling galaxy hanging down. Her eyes were wide open. She looked down from above, pointing at Feng Yuan and He Lulan. Two juniors, you have guts. You dare to offend me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly kneel down. Rank 9 aura surged. It was the real deal. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, by Qing Blessed Land. Sunlight passed through the window, shining on a beautiful building in the mountain. In the building, there was a warm and comfortable bed. There was a woman sitting cross-legged on it. This woman was as beautiful as a flower. Her skin was fair, her nose was straight, and her lips were red. She wore a phoenix coronet on her head. She was noble and glorious, inviolable. It was Feng Kim Hong. Because of Dream Wings Gu, she had fallen into a peculiar state. It had been a long time since she woke up. The Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House were helpless. A little sparrow chirped and suddenly flew from a tree branch outside the building to the window lattice. Seemingly hearing this sound, Feng Kim Huang's eyelashes suddenly moved. Shortly after, she slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. Huang heir, my Huang heir, you are finally awake. Almost at the same time, Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy by Qing, appeared in the building. Seeing that Feng Kim Hong had woken up, she cried tears of joy. She opened her arms and hugged Feng Kim Hong. Mother, Huang heir was unfilial. I made you worry. Feng Kim Hong also hugged Bai Qing, consoling her sensibly. Huang heir, it's good that you are fine. Are you injured or do you feel anything wrong? Fairy Bai Qing became nervous. She touched Feng Kim Huang's face and squeezed her shoulders, inspecting her. I am fine, mother. This time, I found out the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu. It can actually bring me into a dream realm. Feng Kim Hong said. Dream realm? Fairy Bai Qing was stunned. At the next moment, she reacted. Her pupils dilated as she showed a bewildered expression. She grabbed Feng Kim Huang's shoulders. Daughter, are you sure? Is it really a dream realm? Chapter 730. Yes. Feng Kim Hong nodded with certainty. I used Dream Wings Immortal Gu to travel in the dream realm. I came into contact with many life forms. There were many people, Gu masters and mortals. There were many wild beasts, tigers, wolves, rabbits, field mice. I even met a desolate beast iron crown eagle. I watched it grow up. Finally, I met an old man. He had a strange temper. He kept muttering to himself. He called himself Kongju. He often killed people and dissected corpses. He was truly terrifying. He even blocked my path. I could only dodge left and right. I escaped for a long time. If not for that, I would have woken up long ago. Feng Kim Hong spoke excitedly at the start, but when she talked about Kongju, her tone turned gloomy, as if she had lingering fear. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and looked straight at her daughter. Mother, what's wrong? When Feng Kim Hong asked worriedly, Fairy Bai Qing breathed in deeply, her beautiful eyes shining with joy. Huang heir, your fortuitous encounter is here. It seems you really entered the dream realm. The Kongju you are talking about is likely old immortal Kongju. In history, he is one of the three old ones along with old eccentric Tian and long hair ancestor. The so-called three old ones are the only three refinement path great grandmasters in history. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I heard Kongju's name. Feng Kim Hong came to a realization, but soon her beautiful face showed doubt. But why did I meet old immortal Kongju? And why did he capture me? Why is it that after I woke up, I felt like I had many refinement path methods? I have a deeper understanding of some goo worms. When I see a goo worm, I can immediately think of the goo recipe of that goo worm, the refinement materials, the cost and so on. Fortune. Fairy Bai Qing raised her head and sighed. Tears of joy flowed down her face. Mother, what kind of place is this dream realm? Why is it so mystical? Feng Kim Hong asked. Fairy Bai Qing let out a breath of turbid air. She calmed her emotions and said gently, regarding the dream realm, Mother, I do not know much. However, the earliest records of dream realms are in The Legends of Rinzhu. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 3, Section 16. Rinzhu's third son, Northern Dark Ice Soul, walked into the depths of Black Heaven and obtained fire goo. In Black Heaven, he was chased by many living beings. He had no choice but to throw fire goo behind him to defend against the enemies. The fire goo ignited many of the walking meat trees and spread, igniting the bodies of many wild beasts. For a moment, creatures howled miserably, and flames soared into the sky. So much food, so much food! The fire goo shouted excitedly. Its voice was no longer as weak as before. It was now majestic and sonorous, even containing a trace of brutality and madness. Dark North Ice Soul was stunned. Fire, oh fire, how did you suddenly become so huge? As I said, I'm not a picky eater. Almost everything is my food. Fire can attract fire. One spark can start a prairie fire. The fire goo proudly said. Suddenly, the flames rose like a wall and fiercely approached the Northern Dark Ice Soul. Dark North Ice Soul quickly took a step back. The fire goo laughed loudly. Oh human, don't be afraid. You saved me, you are my benefactor, you are my friend. They are afraid of me, but they need to rely on me to deal with those dream realms, so they imprisoned me and starved me. Only you can help me, you are my true friend. If you have any difficulties in the future, just leave it to me. Dark North Ice Soul's heart was at ease. He said joyfully, that's great, friend. The fire goo laughed loudly. It suddenly turned into human form and opened its arms, wanting to give Dark North Ice Soul a hug. Dark North Ice Soul took a huge step back in fright. Oh fire, excessive enthusiasm is the fire of self-destruction. We should maintain our distance. The fire goo stopped helplessly. It circled around Dark North Ice Soul and said, oh human, you are so weak, it's not fun. Dark North Ice Soul was surrounded by flames. He quickly waved his hand. Don't get close, don't get close. It's so hot, it's too hot, quickly make a path for me to leave. The flames had no choice but to make a path. Dark North Ice Soul kept retreating. After running for hundreds of steps, he looked at the surging sea of fire and let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a wild beast suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him and swallowed the Northern Dark Ice Soul into its stomach. It's a dream realm. So many dream realms, they are catching up. Many living beings screamed and escaped. Release my friend. The fire goo shouted angrily, pouncing towards the Dream Realm Beast Group. The Dream Realm Beast Group shrunk under the illumination of the fire. They were like candles that were rapidly burning. They growled and scattered in all directions. The fire goo continued to eat the things along the way, trying to spread towards the Dream Realm that swallowed Dark North Ice Soul. The Dream Realm escaped, but the fire goo chased after it relentlessly. The escaping Dream Realm became larger and stronger. Its speed became faster and faster, gradually pulling apart the distance between it and the fire goo. It turned out that dream realms absorbed the emotions and emotions of their prey to strengthen themselves. Dark North Ice Soul, who was swallowed by the dream realm, had a strong desire to survive. He also wanted to save his father Rinzhu at all times. At the same time, he was filled with anxiety. He was worried that he would not make it in time. He was also filled with guilt and regret, because Desolate Gyue died because of the meaning he gave to his life. It could be said that Dark North Ice Soul was the Dream Realm's best prey. The Dream Realm that swallowed him grew rapidly. The fire goo roared in anger, but it was getting further and further away from the Dream Realm. Dark North Ice Soul fell deep into the Dream Realm. He fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, he saw Gyue desolate in reviving and saying to him with a smile, "Good brother, big sister forgives you, big sister knows you did not do it on purpose." He saw himself coming to the door of life and death, saving his father Renzu. Renzu praised him, "As expected of my good son, if not for you, I would not have survived." Dark North Ice Soul's face showed a blissful smile. Many days passed just like that. The sea of fire burned furiously, it spread to a large area of black heaven, finally blocking the dream realm. Under the burning of the fire, the dream realm melted into nothingness. Dark North Ice Soul fell to the ground, waking up from his dream. He suddenly realized that everything in his dream was fake. There was no happiness. What welcomed him was the burning fire goo. But his face was covered in tears. He felt cold and bone-chilling. He cried loudly, questioning Fire Goo, Why did you wake me up? I still want to dream. I still want to be eaten by the dream realm." Fire Goo reminded helplessly, "Oh human, you need to know that dreams are often the opposite of reality. They are fake." "I don't want to hear it, I don't care." Dark North Ice Soul cried as he covered his ears, shaking his head. Fire Goo said anxiously, "I am your friend, I don't want." Before it finished speaking, Dark North Ice Soul interrupted it. "Since you are my friend, you should not restrict me or obstruct me." Sigh. Fire Goo heaved a long sigh. It fell into silence and opened up a path for Dark North Ice Soul. Dark North Ice Soul quickly ran out. He wanted to find another dream realm in the darkness and let it eat him again. Central Continent, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing the person in front of them, Fong Yuan and He Lulan were tongue-tied. They were stunned on the spot. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was one of the 10 venerables in the history of Gu Masters. Legends about her had been passed down to this day. She was a rare female rank 9 Gu Immortal. She was the founder of Wisdom Path and also created Star Path. She was the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Even after her death, she schemed against 3 demon venerables to ensure that Celestial Court did not fall. Right now, she was standing in front of Fong Yuan and He Lulan, looking down arrogantly as a grand rank 9 aura assaulted them. What in the world is going on? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? She is still alive. He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling an unparalleled pressure. Even though she was extremely confident and wanted to kill her father, Owl Demon, her body was trembling at this moment. Her will and body were facing a huge test. After all, the other party was at the peak of Gu Masters, a rank 9 Gu Immortal. She was the legendary Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who she had heard of since young. He Lulan's legs turned soft, while Star Lord Wanxiang was already kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The aura of rank 9 was genuine. Fong Yuan, however, gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with a fierce light. This feeling? This feeling. It is actually a corner of the dream realm. He could only scream in his mind. He could not make any sound. He could not move. Under the envelopment of the 9 revolutions aura, he felt like a mosquito sealed in amber. At the moment of life and death, an intense sense of danger filled Fong Yuan's mind. I need to leave the dream realm quickly, otherwise, my rebirth plan will come to a halt. My plan for eternal life will stop here. True solid bat wings, detonate. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he decisively sacrificed himself to save himself. The bat wings that he had painstakingly formed self-detonated under Fong Yuan's decision. Intense pain assaulted his mind, turning into a formless force that protected Fong Yuan's body. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped lightly, looking deeply at Fong Yuan, an immortal zombie, but he is quite interesting. She had just said that when in Fong Yuan's perception, the entire scene changed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was gone. The 8th Star Hall was also gone. In their place was a patch of clouds. A blue-robed Gu Immortal had his back facing Fong Yuan, looking at the bright moon in the sky. He muttered, "Heaven has taken pity on me. I, 7-star child, have finally merged the 7 substar spaces, forming a unified starry sky grotto heaven. I have crossed another huge obstacle on my cultivation path. I am one step closer to rank 9 realm, one step closer. Ha! 7-star child did not seem to sense Fang Yuan's existence. His back was facing Fang Yuan the entire time. He did not show any signs of turning around. He continued to laugh. His laughter was filled with joy. Even Fang Yuan was affected. He became joyful. Fang Yuan felt a sense of joy in his heart, but his body felt like it was in a world of ice and snow. He felt a chill. Oh no! There is actually a dream within a dream. I just left Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream. Now I am in 7-star child's dream. Chapter 731. Oh no! A person's dream realm is filled with that person's feelings and emotions. Right now, 7-star child's laughter is making me feel happy. This is a sign that the feelings in the dream are affecting me more and more. Inside 7-star child's dream realm, Fang Yuan felt terrible. He had his previous life's experience. He naturally knew the dangers of dream realms. If he was not careful, a Gu immortal great expert could get lost in a dream realm and die. Right now, Fang Yuan had not fallen too deeply into the dream realm. The best way to leave was to use intense pain to stimulate himself. But he was an immortal zombie. He had no sense of pain. If not for the fact that he retained his sense of pain when transplanting the true solid bat wings, he might have fallen completely into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The encounter just now was simply thrilling to the extreme. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. He immediately realized that this was a dream realm and wanted to leave before falling in. Thankfully, he had the true solid bat wings. The intense pain from the self-detonation surpassed the power of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream. Fang Yuan was pushed out of the rank 9 Immortal Venerable dream. But Fang Yuan had just escaped the tiger's den when he fell into the wolf's lair. 7-star child was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was not famous but had outstanding strength. Be it the previous life's Fang Yuan or the current life's Fang Yuan, he was far superior to them. Fang Yuan no longer had any pain to rely on, and for a moment he felt a sense of helplessness, like he was waiting for death. No, there must be a way, there must be a way. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry. He clenched his fists nervously. Sensing his clenched fists, Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with bright light. He was overjoyed. There is a chance. Even though 7-star child is rank 8, he is still far from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, I cannot move at all. But in 7-star child's dream, I have not completely lost my ability to move. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan raised his arm with difficulty. It was like a mountain was pressing down on his hand. The simple movement of raising his arm became extremely difficult now. Rise for me. Rise for me. Fang Yuan's eyes were about to split open. He stared at the arm and exerted all his strength. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally raised his arm to the right angle. Then, with great difficulty, he extended his 5 fingers and gathered a cluster of starlight in the center of his palm. Inside the starlight, there were countless tiny ice drills. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. The azure starlight illuminated the surroundings with a frosty blue. Seeing this ball of starlight, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of happiness and satisfaction. Not good, I've been evoked with the same kind of happiness. The more I'm affected by the dream, the more I'll lose my ability to move. Fang Yuan reacted and quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart. Sure enough, as he had guessed, his mobility had been greatly reduced. Originally, he could still raise his arms, but now, he could only move his fingers. The cluster of starlight that he had painstakingly condensed in his hand was his last hope. The hidden dreamscape cannot be attacked by ordinary means. But this horn dream realm is different. It has already manifested. While interfering with external objects, it will also be interfered with and destroyed by external objects. Although this horn dream realm contained the dreams of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and 7-star child, it was extremely valuable and it would be a pity to destroy it. Fang Yuan would lose his life if he did not do this. He had no choice but to make this choice. Fang Yuan exerted all his strength. His 5 fingers shook as the icy drill stardust in the center of his palm slowly flew out. Carrying Fang Yuan's hope, the icy drill stardust slowly hit 7 Star Child's back. Haha, I succeeded. I fused the 7 stars into one. Ha, fug. 7 Star Child's laughter came to an abrupt end. He turned around abruptly, but his body had already shattered like a mirror. Fang Yuan only saw his handsome side profile, but his entire image completely collapsed. A good chance. Fang Yuan's body suddenly became light. It was as if the invisible mountain pressing down on him had suddenly shifted away. Fang Yuan regained his mobility and immediately retreated. If he did not retreat now, when the dream realm recovered, it would be too late. But 7 Star Child's dream was much more fragile than what Fang Yuan expected. Not only did 7 Star Child's figure shatter, even the surrounding clouds and the full moon in the sky quickly disintegrated. In a few blinks of an eye, this 7 Star Child's dream realm completely vanished. How can this be? My icy drill stardust is not strong. It can only temporarily shatter 7 Star Child's figure at most. It should recover quickly. Wait, this situation, could it be? Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility. As if responding to his thoughts, a sharp roar suddenly erupted from the 8th star hall. The sound waves created a disturbance. Who is it? Who is disturbing my slumber? In the depths of the gloomy 8th star, on a high throne, 2 bright blue eyes suddenly shone. Then, an immortal zombie with the physique of a normal person suddenly stood up and stepped out. His angry eyes swept around, then stared at Star Lord Wuxia, He Lulan, and Fang Yuan. At that moment, Fang Yuan's heart was greatly alarmed. He mustered all his strength and continuously kicked backwards. He did not even have time to turn around. He directly rushed out of the Star Hall. So 7 Star Child did not die, but turned into an immortal zombie. No wonder the heavenly spirit did not appear. Hey Lulan, I can only help you this much. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Before leaving, he shot another icy drill stardust towards He Lulan. Reptile, you are courting death. 7 Star Child immortal zombie first arrived beside Star Lord Wuxia. He raised his foot and ruthlessly stomped on Star Lord Wuxia's back. Boom! With a huge sound, a hole was directly kicked out of the 8th star hall. Star Lord Wuxia's entire chest was almost stomped into nothingness. His battered body was like a shooting star as it was kicked away and smashed into the forest. 7 Star Child immortal zombie took large strides and walked towards He Lulan. But He Lulan had already been attacked by the icy drill stardust. Under the dual stimulation of intense pain and cold, she narrowly escaped from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. 7 Star Child immortal zombie laughed sinisterly. When he was 50 to 60 steps away from He Lulan, he stretched out his left hand and pushed. He Lulan had not reacted yet. She subconsciously retreated while raising her arms to block. At the next moment, a huge starlight pillar shot out from 7 Star Child immortal zombie's hands silently. Immortal killer move, Star Billow Pillar. He Lulan's defense was easily destroyed by the starlight pillar in a few blinks of an eye. Fortunately, He Lulan obtained a crucial moment to catch her breath. She quickly changed directions. Star Billow Pillar was a straight line attack. He Lulan narrowly escaped death. She immediately retreated after escaping from the light pillar. 7 Star Child immortal zombie hesitated for a moment before twisting his left hand and adjusting the direction of the light pillar. He Lulan dodged left and right, brushing past the Star Billow Pillar several times. Even if she was hit by the light pillar, it would not last more than 3 breaths of time. After dozens of breaths of time, the starlight pillar in 7 Star Child's hand dissipated. He Lulan successfully escaped from the 8th star hall. She was already rapidly descending towards the forest below. When He Lulan arrived at Fang Yuan's side, she could not believe that she had actually successfully escaped and kept her life. She did not have a strong defensive method. Even with her Strength Path Extreme Immortal Recovery ability, she did not dare to be hit by the light pillar for 4 breaths of time. Her earlier retreat was like dancing on the zither of death. If there was any accident, she would die after 4 breaths of time. Fong Yuan grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the depths of the forest. Let's go. 7-star child immortal zombie has been in the dream realm for too long. He is in an abnormal state. There are few thoughts in his mind. His thinking has become rigid. He no longer has the ability to think normally. He Lulan was dragged by Fong Yuan. Their figures were concealed as they stealthily moved around trees one after another, running madly in the dense forest. She was still confused. She kept asking, "Dream realm? The star constellation Immortal Venerable I saw earlier was also a dream realm? What is a dream realm?" Suddenly, He Lulan's words froze. She saw the traces of icy drill stardust on her body and shouted in anger, "Fong Yuan! You actually attacked me? Shut up. I was saving you. Without my icy drill stardust, how could you escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm? If you did not react in time, you would have already been killed by 7-star child immortal zombies' immortal killer move." Fong Yuan did not even turn his head as he replied in a vicious tone. He Lulan was stunned, but soon accepted Fong Yuan's explanation. Ambitious people were always suspicious. He Lulan did not believe Fong Yuan, but she believed in the Snowy Mountain alliance she established with Fong Yuan. The alliance stipulated that allies were not allowed to harm each other or attack each other. When one side was in danger, the allies had to do their best to save them. If Fong Yuan's icy drill stardust was an attack meant to harm He Lulan, he would have died long ago. Now that she saw him running so fast that her arm was hurting, He Lulan understood and struggled to break free from Fong Yuan's arm. "I can walk by myself." After pausing for a moment, He Lulan followed closely behind Fong Yuan and continued, "I will remember your kindness of saving my life. I will compensate you when we return. You will definitely be satisfied. But what is that dream realm? I am a great strength path extreme immortal. How could I fall into it without any resistance? Dream realm, dream realm. Is it that dream realm in The Legends of Renzu? Is it related to Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Also, why are you in such a hurry? We have fixed immortal travel." "Shut up." Fong Yuan scolded, but continued to move quickly. He had already lost his true solid bat wings. His speed had decreased greatly. "Insects that invade my territory, you deserve to die." At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie's furious voice resounded from the sky. Fong Yuan and He Lulan raised their heads as they ran, only to see that 7-star child immortal zombie had already flown out of the 8th star hall. His attention was attracted by the rolling rock battlefield in the sky. It could not be helped. The rolling rock battlefield was too huge in the sky. It was like a giant tumor in starry sky grotto heaven. It attracted too much hatred. 7-star child immortal zombie thought for a moment before stretching out his left hand and shooting out a giant star billow pillar. The immortal level star path killer move landed on the rolling rock battlefield. The rolling stone battlefield shook violently a few times, but it was not damaged. Chapter 732. 7-star child immortal zombie was stunned that his attack could not destroy this malignant tumor. He opened his mouth and let out an even more furious roar. He stretched out his right hand and pressed towards the rolling rock battlefield. Along with his movement, a vast and majestic starlight giant hand immediately condensed and slammed into the rolling stone battlefield with great force. It was another immortal killer move. Under the attack of 2 immortal killer moves, the rolling rock battlefield started to crack. From the huge cracks, the scene inside the battlefield could be seen. But it had not collapsed yet. Fong Yuan saw this and quickly retracted his gaze. He continued to run. He Lulan let out a breath of air. She let go of most of her worries. "All right, 7-star child immortal zombie is competing with Shirley. This is for the best." "Fong Yuan, why are you running?" "To save someone." Fong Yuan's reply was simple and concise. He Lulan was even more curious. "Save who?" At this time, Fong Yuan happened to turn around the cliff. He stepped on a cliff and pointed far away. "It's him." He Lulan took a look and saw a Gu Immortal lying on a pile of broken trees and rocks. "It's that Star Path Gu Immortal." The two came to Star Lord Xiang's side. The latter's chest had a huge hole. Not only did it go through the front and back, his entire chest was gone. There was only a bit of flesh connecting the two sides. Such a heavy injury made He Lulan take in a deep breath of cold air. This is the power of 7-star child immortal zombie stomp. Fang Yuan squatted down, his 8 arms moved around Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse one after another. After a while, Fang Yuan sighed in disappointment, thinking, even though his injuries are terrifying, as long as he is willing to spend some money, he can recover. But his soul has already been sucked into the dream realm. Unless we break Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, this Gu Immortal's soul will get lost in the dream realm, or turn into another dream realm. He Lulan was standing at the side, also using investigative Gu to search. She said with lingering fear, "He can't be saved, his whole soul is mysteriously missing. Is it because of that dream realm? If I hadn't been saved by you, would I have ended up like him?" "What a pity," Fang Yuan murmured, his hands not stopping moving. "If he's still alive, we can not only get important information from him, but we can also get it from him. Furthermore, we can use your slavery immortal Gu to make him one of us and work for us. He can even plot against Shirley. Who knows, we might be able to kill Shirley without taking any risks. We can get rid of ourselves and obtain the greatest benefits." "Hey, are you listening to me or not?" He Lulan stomped her feet angrily. "If you are so free, why don't you help me seal the immortal aperture in his body?" Fang Yuan's words immediately attracted He Lulan's attention. This was a complete rank 6 blessed land. He Lulan quickly bent down and probed with her divine sense, but her divine sense could only move around the immortal aperture's periphery. It could not enter. He died, leaving behind his obsession. Right now, the blessed land has a land spirit. Fang Yuan's 8 arms did not stop moving, continuously planting all kinds of Gu worms on Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse. Star Lord Wanxiang's injuries were healing rapidly. What can I do to help?" He Lulan was once again shocked by Fang Yuan's endless and dazzling methods. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he concentrated. "Sealing the blessed land is very troublesome. Fortunately, the land spirit has just formed. I did not expect to encounter such a situation. I do not have enough Gu worms now. You need to monitor the situation above, and also communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies to buy these Gu worms. Remember, not a single one is missing." Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted his divine sense. "I understand." He Lulan received the detailed list and had a solemn expression. She stood beside Fang Yuan, acting as his guard, while urgently communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies inside her immortal aperture. Not only this, she also used the moving perspective cup Gu that Fang Yuan gave her to ask for help from Fairy Lishan. Bam bam bam. In the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie was still attacking nonstop. His immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost anything. The rolling rock battlefield could not bear the burden. It was finally broken through. The battlefield collapsed. The zombie dragon was like a dead snake. It was heavily injured as it fell from the sky weakly. Shirley, who had caused such a result, was not in a good state. He was covered in injuries, especially the one on his chest. It extended from his shoulder blade to his waist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Shirley breathed roughly, his face was pale. There was still some gray-white corpse fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the heavier his injuries, the more battle intent he had. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this Gu immortal expert from Combat Immortal sect laughed loudly. He did not show any fear or panic. Instead, his battle intent burned even brighter. "Intruder, die." 7-star child immortal zombie's voice shook the sky. He pointed at Shirley expressionlessly. Immortal killer move, star finger. At the same time, Shirley smiled malevolently, his palm slamming down. Immortal killer move, earth-shattering heaven. These two killer moves were both extremely powerful offensive methods that had a short time to prepare. 7-star child immortal zombie's index finger suddenly burst out with starlight. It tore through the sky at lightning speed, piercing Shirley's chest. The huge rock also pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie's body. With a loud sound, Seven-star child immortal zombie was smashed to the ground. He was buried under a small mountain. Blood spurted out of Shirley's chest. His body swayed violently a few times and he almost fell down, but in the end, he still floated in the air. Shirley's heart shook. That attack just now was extremely fast. If he had not dodged at the crucial moment, his heart would have exploded. His wound was filled with countless star path Dao marks, and near his heart, blood was spurting out continuously. Ordinary mortal goo were useless, even mortal healing killer moves were useless. But Shirley still had healing immortal goo with him. Under the healing of immortal goo, Shirley's injuries were quickly healed. His blood turned from spurting to flowing slowly. He had just treated his injuries when the rock that was suppressing seven-star child immortal zombie collapsed. A giant starlight hand flew up, crushing the rock and sending the fragments flying. Seven-star child immortal zombie roared. His body was covered in a bright starry robe. With a loud sound, he flew away, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. The huge force caused the ground under the immortal zombie's feet to crack, forming a circular crater. Shirley's pupils shrunk. He was shocked by seven-star child's sudden burst of speed. Shirley had just activated his defensive immortal goo, when with a loud sound, seven-star child immortal zombie crashed into him. The immortal goo's defense almost collapsed. Shirley spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision was spinning as he was sent flying. Oh no, this is an immortal movement killer move. Shirley heard the sound of the wind. He opened his eyes with difficulty. Suddenly he heard a sound. Shirley turned around with difficulty. He saw that seven-star child immortal zombie was wearing a starlight robe, piercing through the clouds, appearing beside him again. Seven-star child immortal zombie flew up with Shirley. At that instant, the immortal zombie stretched out his left hand and grabbed Shirley's head. Immortal killer move, star billow pillar. Boom! A huge pillar of light pierced through the clouds, directly piercing through a mountain peak, causing a huge area to collapse. Dust was everywhere. A figure fell down from the sky like a broken sack. It was Shirley. He had been hit by the star billow pillar for 15 breaths of time, but did not die. He still had battle strength left. However, his entire head was charred black, and his originally three-dimensional facial features were blurry, like candles that had melted together. Roar! Shirley opened his eyes. His golden pupils shone with an unprecedented ferocious light. He was filled with anger. He finally used his greatest trump card. Earth Path, Transformation Path, Dual Immortal Killer Move, Wang Lei Shan Immortal Monkey Transformation. Seven-star child immortal zombie charged forward, but was pushed back by the sudden burst of golden light. After the sky-piercing golden radiance dissipated, a giant ape with a height of 15 feet was revealed. The ape was covered in golden fur, like it was wearing golden armor. The muscles on its body were bulging like rocks. Its huge golden pupils were emotionless, emitting a majestic aura, indifferently reflecting seven-star child immortal zombie's figure. It had a pair of giant hands, with red fingernails that were sharp like swords. When extended, they looked like two sinister claws. The corners of its mouth opened, fangs grew. In an instant, the sharp fangs were exposed. It was as if a demon god had descended to the mortal world. On one side was the giant immortal monkey king. On the other side was the awakened immortal zombie wearing a star robe. The two confronted each other, but did not make a move. Hei Lolan's mind was shaken. She knew that if the two did not make a move, the battle would definitely be earth-shattering. She could not help but urge Fang Yuan, "Quickly, the situation is getting more troublesome." Alright. But without immortal goo, I can only last for 7 minutes. Once the time is up, the immortal aperture needs to take root. Fang Yuan was so busy that his head was dizzy. His 8 arms slowly stopped their dazzling movements. He let out a breath of turbid air, looking at the sky. The majestic immortal monkey king and the starry seven-star child immortal zombie entered his sight. Immortal monkey king's golden pupils moved, using the corner of his eyes to look at where Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were. Fang Yuan's disguise method did not deceive Shirley in his current state. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He found out. Quickly store the corpse. Hei Lulan had a solemn expression. She quickly grabbed one of Star-Lord Wanxiang's legs and threw him into her immortal aperture. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie suddenly roared towards the sky. The sound of his flute spread throughout the world, pillars of starlight shot down from the sky. Desolate beasts walked out of the starlight pillars: diamond bear, flying sword rat, star desolate hound, golden pangolin. After 7-star child immortal zombie thought about it, he finally started to display the advantage of the grotto heaven. He moved the desolate beasts from the 7 spaces in, preparing to gang up on them. Seeing this, Feng Yuan activated fixed immortal travel without saying a word. Immortal Monkey King's expression changed. Hei Lulan entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. After a few breaths of time, the two disappeared on the spot. Fixed immortal travel, immortal zombie, Feng Yuan. 3 words appeared in Immortal Monkey King's mind. 7-star child immortal zombie charged forward again. No matter how brave Shirley was, he would not be foolish enough to continue fighting. He flew down and ran towards the walking meat tree, stuffing the 2 sections into his immortal aperture. Swoosh! A starlight tore through the sky, piercing through Immortal Monkey King's huge body. It was 7-star child's immortal killer move, 1-star finger. Shirley was hit by this move, but his body only shook slightly before he charged towards the flying heavenly boar's corpse again. He already had the intention to retreat. He wanted to make one last profit before leaving. He endured 7-star child immortal zombie's barrage of attacks, running towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse and grabbing it, but he grabbed nothing. What? Shirley was shocked, looking at the crushed mortal goo in his hands. He was stunned for a moment before bursting into rage. It was definitely Feng Yuan's doing. Boom! Chapter 733. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was hit by the star billow pillar. With a loud sound, he fell heavily on the ground, falling face first. 23wx he roared angrily, spitting out the mud in his mouth. He quickly got up. Shirley did not care about the 7-star child immortal zombie in the sky. Thinking of the nearest star demon bat corpse, he rushed towards the location in his memory. As he ran, he knocked down trees and flattened them. In the distance, he saw the corpse of the star devil bat. It was still there, and he couldn't help but rejoice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just at this time, 3 golden lights flew in the sky. The golden lights were extremely fast and agile. They were 3 flying sword rats. Shirley snorted coldly, not willing to fight. He raised his arms to protect his face. Clang 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 clang. The flying sword rats' fingernails were as long as swords. They clawed fiercely at Immortal Monkey King's huge body, but there was no blood. Instead they were blocked by the seemingly soft golden monkey fur. Metal clashing sounds could be heard. Shirley's transformed form had outstanding defense in the first place. The 3 flying sword rats did not let Shirley go. They were small and nimble. They followed closely, clawing and slashing at Immortal Monkey King's body. Clumps of monkey fur fell from Shirley's body. Wherever Shirley went, monkey fur would fall. Damn it! Shirley cursed. He moved his monkey tail, creating a golden whip image behind him. The flying sword rats were hit by the monkey tail. After flying out, they would fly back and harass Shirley. Just as they were about to reach the star demon bat corpse, a diamond bear ran over. Get lost! Shirley was furious. He clenched his fists. He swung his arm, his fist sweeping horizontally. The huge brute force actually swept the heavy diamond bear away. The diamond bear flew a short distance in the air. It smashed halfway up the mountain, growling, its body trembling. Even though cracks could be seen on its diamond-like body, it stood up as if nothing had happened. Desolate beasts mostly had strong life force, thick skin and thick flesh. Shirley did not want to waste time with the diamond bear. He only wanted to get his spoils of war back. He endured the harassment of the flying sword rats. Finally, he reached the star demon bat corpse, grabbing with his hand. The star demon bat corpse shattered. He grabbed nothing. Shirley quickly reacted. He cursed angrily, "Motherfucker, what kind of trick is this?" The simulation was so realistic. Flying bear, right? There are other flying bears nearby. He was hoping for a fluke. The golden-furred monkey turned around. Continue to charge. Along the way, he encountered many desolate beasts that tried to stop him. He used his brute strength to force a path out. During this period, 7-star child immortal zombie in the sky continued to attack, bombarding the golden fur giant monkey. Even with his outstanding defense in the immortal Monkey King form, his flesh was torn apart by the explosions. Shirley finally arrived near the flying bear's corpse. 5 flying bears were circling the flying bear's corpse, some of them wailing. Some licked the blood on the ground. There was also one that used its head to nudge the flying bear's corpse, causing the image to fluctuate. When Shirley saw this, he no longer had the slightest bit of hope. His hope was completely destroyed, and immediately after, his anger soared to the sky. Looks like these desolate beasts that I killed were all stolen by that cunning and treacherous little thief, Fang Yuan. These are my things, my spoils of war. You actually dare to steal my immortal Monkey King's goods? How long has it been since something like this happened? Shirley's huge body immediately attracted the attention of the flying bears. Roar, roar, roar. The eyes of the 5 flying bears turned red. They pounced at the golden fur giant monkey. Shirley did not have the mood to fight them. At this point, he already knew that he could not get any benefits. He immediately wanted to escape. Even though Star Lord Wuxia was killed, Shirley also lost the method to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But he knew the location of the Grotto Heaven crack. As long as he found that location and used brute force, he would be able to create an even bigger hole and connect to the outside world of Central Continent. Shirley immediately changed his direction, but saw that 5 flying bears were charging at him from the front, and 3 scarlet flame immortal steeds were approaching from the left. On the right, a huge ghost-faced tortoise floated, and behind it was the 7-star desolate hound. In just a short while, he was already surrounded by the desolate beasts. Shirley wanted to charge into the sky, but when he looked up, he saw the Iron Crown Eagle, 9 Palace Crane, and Qi Grand Lion, these 3 desolate beasts circling above his head. Other than that, there was also 7-star child immortal zombie waiting to attack. Forget about the 3 desolate beasts, the crucial thing is this immortal zombie. The golden fur giant monkey's huge golden eyes flashed with a hint of wariness. He lowered his head and looked around, deciding to break through to the right. On his right, there was a ghost-faced tortoise. It was the size of 3 mountains, floating in the air leisurely. Its body was the largest, and also had difficulty turning. If 7-star child immortal zombie continued to bombard him, Shirley could instead use the ghost-faced tortoise's body as a cover. Shirley made up his mind. He immediately strode forward, charging towards the ghost-faced tortoise. The golden fur giant monkey that he had transformed into was 1.5 times the size of Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie. But in front of the ghost-faced tortoise, it was like a marble in front of a wolf. The ghost-faced tortoise whimpered. Countless spirit beasts came out from the holes on the tortoise's back. The dark blue spirit beasts formed an army of spirit beasts, densely packed, filling the sky as they charged towards the golden fur giant monkey like a tidal wave. Shirley charged forward, his fists flying everywhere, sweeping away all the spirit beasts that blocked his way. The golden fur's defense was extremely strong. The spirit beasts looked ferocious, but they were all massacred. Shirley used the spirit beast army to avoid the pursuit of the desolate beasts. Only the 3 flying sword rats kept harassing Shirley, causing countless small wounds. This immortal zombie seems to have a problem with his brain. He clearly has strength, but he is affecting each other, unable to use it. If it was me, I would have attacked long ago. Why would I care about the life and death of the spirit beasts? Shirley had rich battle experience. After bypassing the ghost-faced tortoise, he had an idea and purposely slowed down. Under the encirclement of the spirit beast army, he continued to move forward. The other desolate beasts could only watch from afar. Even 7-star child immortal zombie was in a daze, as if he did not want to harm the spirit beast army. Finally, Shirley came to the Grotto Heaven's gap. He let out a breath of turbid air. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly grunted. Blood splattered from his back. These 3 damned rats. Shirley growled in anger. He turned around and raised his fists. He sent the flying sword rats flying one by one. Initially, the flying sword rats could not cause much damage, but as time passed, the small injuries became huge. The wounds on his back were already filled with metal path-down marks. The flying sword rats crashed to the ground, but soon flew towards Shirley while chirping. Shirley's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He used an immortal killer move, Mud Worm. The 3 flying sword rats landed on the mud worm. It was like they were stuck in a swamp. They could not free themselves. Shirley used Earth Root again. Countless earth spikes suddenly shot out from the thick mud mound and swarmed out. They stabbed towards the flying sword rats. The flying sword rats lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before their tiny bodies were pierced by 100 earth spikes. They died on the spot. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie finally reacted. The spirit beast army was lured away. The desolate beasts charged forward without fear of death. "It's too late, fool." Shirley breathed in deeply. The sticky mud worm on his body moved, quickly leaving his body and covering the grotto heaven's gap. Shirley placed his hands on the mud worm. He mobilized a large amount of immortal essence. He injected it. Immortal killer move, Earth Disintegration. The mud centipede instantly exploded and flowed horizontally. The original crack of the heavenly abode. The grotto heaven's gap was destroyed by this attack. Shirley could see the sky on the other side through the hole. He laughed heartily. He took a large step and forced his way out. Because it was a forceful breakthrough, he did not have Star Lord Wan Xiang's methods. Thus, in the process of passing through, immense pressure pressed down on Shirley's body from all directions. Fortunately, Shirley had transformed into a golden fur giant monkey. His defense was dozens of times stronger. He resisted the pressure and passed through the hole. His body was covered in blood, especially his back that was injured by the flying sword rats. It was badly mutilated. Large amounts of blood were being squeezed out. Shirley gasped in pain. He screamed in his mind, "Who dares to block my path? I am out. Damned immortal zombie, I will beat you up sooner or later. And Feng Yuan, you thief stole my prey. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie, you don't know your limits, you dare to offend me. When I return, I will deal with you properly. I will let you know the terrible consequences of offending me." Thoughts flashed in Shirley's mind. At this time, he heard the roars of flying bears. Shirley quickly looked around, only to see 5 flying bears pouncing towards him from 5 different directions. What's going on? He raised his head, only to see that there were still 6 round stars in the sky. Why am I still here? Shirley's shock was no small matter. He was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. 7-star child immortal zombie looked at him and sneered, "Little monkey, do you think my 7-star space is so simple? But I still need to thank you. If you did not wake me up, I would have died in the dream realm. As a token of my gratitude, I will bury your corpse under my most beloved mountain peak." At this time, 7-star child regained his rationality. He could think normally. This is bad. Shirley's heart sank. The 5 flying bears raised their paws, attacking the golden fur giant monkey. Get lost. Shirley was about to explode, but starlight flickered around him. His body sank and his movements became extremely slow. 7-star child immortal zombie had attacked. This was only a mortal killer move, but its effect was extremely good. It was even more effective than the immortal offensive killer move earlier. At once, bear paws flew and attacked from all directions. Shirley blocked left and right. He could not protect himself. When he finally broke free from the restraints and rolled away from the 5 bears, he was already dizzy from the beating. His muscles were swollen and covered in bruises. Although he didn't break any bones, he was in excruciating pain all over his body. 7-star child regained his rationality. The danger level increased by several times. I have no choice. I can only seek help from the sect. To think that I, the grand immortal Monkey King, would need to ask for help at this moment. Where would I put my old face? Feng Yuan, this is all your fault. After I am saved, I will teach you a lesson. Shirley screamed in his heart. He was about to vomit blood from anger. Feng Yuan not only stole his battle spoils, causing him to suffer a huge loss. He even kidnapped Star Lord Wuxia, causing Shirley to be trapped in starry sky grotto heaven. Woof woof woof. 2 starred desolate hounds flew over, while the ghost-faced giant tortoise silently floated in front of them. Immortal Monkey King raised his head, shouting at 7-star child Immortal Zombie, "If you have the guts, let's fight for another 300 rounds." 7-star child Immortal Zombie smiled proudly, "Sure, come up." The golden fur giant monkey roared angrily, bursting out with dazzling golden light, forcing 7-star child Immortal Zombie to squint his eyes. When the golden light faded, Shirley returned to his human form, charging into the forest and running rapidly. But he escaped. He escaped. Immortal Monkey King Shirley, who was famous for his arrogance and bravery in Central Continent, actually chose to escape. If this scene was shown to the public, it would definitely shock many Central Continent Goo immortals. 7-star child Immortal Zombie was dazed for a while before reacting, shouting furiously, "You actually dared to trick me? I thought you were an unyielding hero who would fight to the death without retreating. Escape, go ahead and escape. I want to see where you can escape to in my grotto heaven." Chapter 734. This is the place. Feng Yuan looked around, nodding in satisfaction. "Where is this?" He Lulan came out of Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. The two used fixed immortal travel to retreat from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and came here. He Lulan looked around. She found that this was an underground cave, or the hollow interior of a mountain. There was little light, it was dark, there were jagged rocks, it was very humid, but the space was quite vast. "This is Earth Abyss," Feng Yuan said plainly. "Earth Abyss?" He Lulan looked at Feng Yuan in surprise. She was not unfamiliar with Central Continent. She knew that this Earth Abyss was located in the extreme west of Central Continent. It was a huge underground world. Earth Abyss was divided into dozens of layers. Each layer had an area of hundreds of millions of km2. The space was huge, it was deep underground, there were all sorts of caves and tunnels, some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes, and some were as empty as plains. In Earth Abyss, there were countless life forms, it was full of vitality, its unique ecology was different from the surface. This is a good place indeed. The earth chi in Earth Abyss is dense, it will shorten the time needed for the blessed land to be placed. He Lulan nodded, changing the topic. However, above this Earth Abyss is the headquarters of Ancient Soul Sect. Ancient Soul Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects. They are like a giant beast. They have dominated the extreme west for thousands of years. They have occupied Earth Abyss and treated it as a forbidden area. If you want to place a blessed land here, it will be like planting flowers in someone's garden. Are you not afraid of being discovered? Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, Earth Abyss is extremely deep. Ancient Soul Sect spent thousands of years but only managed to explore the 18th layer, reaching the 27th layer. From the 28th layer to the 36th layer, only Ancient Soul Sect Goo immortals enter occasionally. As long as we plant it below the 40th layer, no matter how big the commotion is, we will not be afraid of being discovered. 40th layer? Why do I remember that Ancient Soul Sect only explored the 36th layer? He Lulan had a surprised expression. Feng Yuan chuckled. That is because they are useless. Earth Abyss is deep and eerie. It was beyond the imagination of the world. More than 36 levels? At this point, he couldn't help but think of his previous life. In his previous life, when Feng Yuan was rank 5, he created an endless beast tide from Earth Abyss. Counterattack the ground and bring chaos to Xianxia state. The Ancient Soul Sect bore the brunt of the attack and suffered heavy losses. After the beast tide rushed out of the abyss, they kept driving away the beasts on the surface of Xianxia state. Gradually, it led to an unprecedented scale of terrifying beast tide that spread throughout the entire Xianxia state. In those years, the people of Xianxia state were plunged into misery and suffering. Countless small sects were like stones falling into a flood. After a few waves, they disappeared. The leaders of the 10 great ancient sects were busy fighting the beast tides everywhere. It took several years. After clearing the beast tide on the surface of Central Continent, They invited Gu masters of both righteous and demonic paths. Together, they entered the Earth Abyss. Because of this, Fang Yuan snuck into the Earth Abyss to kill wild beasts and obtain resources for his cultivation. Layer by layer, they went deeper and deeper. After reaching the 36th level, the Gu masters found a new tunnel. As they went deeper, it was an even larger underground world. There were countless beast groups, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and all sorts of danger zones. Even after Fang Yuan self-detonated, the exploration of Earth Abyss did not end. Just the 107 levels were discovered. The 36th level that Ancient Soul Sect occupied was only a small portion that was closest to the surface. Fang Yuan naturally would not tell He Lulan about the details. He only said, "Just follow me." He Lulan saw that Fang Yuan was very confident. As if he was confident, she followed him deeper into Earth Abyss. The place they entered was only the 8th floor. Along the way, the two saw many Ancient Soul Sect Gu masters. These Gu masters were mostly in groups. Some were hunting wild beasts, some were collecting underground moss. The deeper they went, the fewer people there were, but their cultivation level increased correspondingly. From a rank 2 Gu master to a rank 3 and then to a rank 4. How could these mortals have the ability to sense Fang Yuan and He Lulan's traces? Even in the narrow paths, when they passed by some Gu masters, these mortals did not react at all. At the 30th level, there were no more mortal Gu masters. The surroundings were dark, their vision was greatly restricted. But thankfully, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were Gu immortals. They had all sorts of investigative Gu. At the 35th level, a rank 6 Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect was being chased by an ancient desolate beast and 4 other desolate beasts. He was in a sorry state. But this Gu immortal helped Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and He Lulan got past the desolate beast camp and arrived at the 36th level. Next, Fang Yuan went to the crucial location according to his previous life's memories. After setting up the 6 Gu formations, Fang Yuan pointed at his feet, saying to He Lulan, "My offense is not strong enough. I need you to activate your immortal Gu and attack this muddy ground." He Lulan obeyed. She barely turned into a strength path phantom giant and punched the muddy ground 3 times. Mud and rocks flew, but they did not reach the periphery of the Gu formation. The sound was like thunder, but outside the Gu formation, there was no sound at all. It was quiet and peaceful. The muddy ground was not punched through. There was only a deep pit that was about 70 to 80 feet deep. "Continue quickly," Fang Yuan urged, jumping down first. He Lulan breathed in deeply, jumping down as she punched. Like this, the huge pit became deeper and deeper. After a few thousand feet, a hole was formed. Thus, Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered the 37th level. He Lulan was sweating profusely. She raised her head and looked back, only to see that the hole above her was rapidly recovering with the help of the Gu formation. This is the 36th level, the weakest area. Even so, it is about 3,000 meters thick. Fang Yuan explained in a timely manner. "How did you find this place?" He Lulan was full of doubts. Fang Yuan chuckled. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, he could not lie. He could only keep it a secret. He Lulan saw that he did not answer and snorted, but wisely did not continue asking. After entering the 37th level, the path was much more rugged and dangerous. After all, this was the original environment. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were outsiders who had entered for the first time. When the two finally reached the 40th level, the time limit of sealing Star Lord Wuxia's immortal aperture was also up. "Your estimation was quite accurate." He Lulan placed Star Lord Wuxia's corpse on the ground. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Fang Yuan willed. Hundreds of mortal Gu flew out of Star Lord Wuxia's body. Like a group of locusts, they flew into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Without the final layer of suppression, Star Lord Wuxia's body started to shine with starlight. The starlight became brighter and brighter. The ground started to shake. Several breaths of time later, countless amounts of earth qi appeared. It was like a layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. The starlight stabilized. The piercing light was comparable to the sun at noon in summer. A formless suction force burst out. The surrounding earth qi was being absorbed continuously. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had already retreated far away, maintaining a distance from the starlight. What's going on? Earthquake, another earthquake. Leave quickly, the magnitude of this earthquake is very strong. If we don't leave now, we will be buried alive. The Gu masters in Earth Abyss covered their heads and fled. They screamed in fear, trying to escape from Earth Abyss. They were not surprised. Earth Abyss structure was not stable. Earthquakes or collapses occurred frequently. Precisely so, even though Ancient Soul Sect controlled this place, they did not spend any effort to explore it. Large numbers of rocks fell from above. The most dangerous ones were those spear-tipped stalactites. As long as one was hit, even rank 3 defensive Gu would not be able to block it. In fact, not only Gu masters, the living beings living in Earth Abyss were also in dire straits. Many were crushed to death or buried alive. In order to create the blessed land, Fang Yuan caused the death of at least 100,000 lives. About 15 minutes later, the starlight stopped absorbing earth qi, forming a square door. The door was completely made of starlight. It floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door. On it were the words, "Star Form Blessed Land." He Lulan let out a breath of air. We finally succeeded. It seems our luck is quite good. Even though the commotion was huge, the wild beasts here did not attack. Let's go. Fang Yuan took the lead, pushing open the starlight door. He Lulan followed closely behind. The two finally entered Star Form Blessed Land. It seemed to be late at night. The sky was dark and filled with countless stars. Starlight shone brightly, shining on the blessed land surface. It was not dark and gloomy. The entire Star Form Blessed Land was a huge basin. In the middle, there was an indented slope, and at the periphery of the blessed land, there was a continuous mountain range, forming a circle, like a wall. So many star fragment grass. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. There were actually star fragment grass growing everywhere. Star fragment grass was supposed to be planted in cloud soil, but the star fragment grass in front of him was planted on black soil. They were growing even better than Fang Yuan's patch in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan praised, "This is the benefit of Star Form Blessed Land. Planting related plants is not only easier, it also guarantees a high harvest." He Lulan's gaze was attracted by the spine-fin star dragonfish that were flying leisurely in the night sky. From what she could see, there were 3 spine-fin star dragonfish. These huge dragonfish were the size of normal whales, but they looked like carps. Chapter 735. Star Lord Wuxiang? Hearing the land spirit introduce himself, Fang Yuan's face flashed with realization. "Land spirit, do you still remember me?" Shortly after, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "I am the one who bought star fragment grass and the killer move spring star rain from your main body." Star Form Child's gaze flashed. He sized up Fang Yuan again, his expression softening. "So it is you. I have some impression of you. Land spirit, you alone cannot take care of the blessed land. Do you want to join one of us?" Fang Yuan asked directly. He Lulan stood at the side, showing some nervousness as she stared at the floating Star Form Child. Star Form Child nodded his head, showing a sorrowful expression as he said, "I want to protect this foundation. I need to remember the help of others. But I have my conditions." Although Star Form Child originated from Star Lord Wuxiang's obsession, he had already assimilated with this blessed land. He was the representative of the blessed land's will. Without the help of other Gu immortals, the blessed land would experience calamities and earthly tribulations, eventually perishing. All living beings had the instinct to survive. Even the land spirit was no exception. "Please speak," Fang Yuan quickly said. Star Form Child frowned. He pouted and said angrily, "The reason my main body died in the 8-star hall was because of Song Zixing. He injured my main body, forcing me to expose my secret and cooperate with immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore the Grotto Heaven. If you want to become the owner of this blessed land, bring me Song Zixing's head." Song Zixing's head? He Lulan heard this condition. She smiled bitterly. Even though she was not a central continent person, she had heard of Song Zixing's name long ago. Song Zixing was a disciple of Myriad Dragondok. He obtained the Blood Sea True Inheritance. He did not want to hand it over and chose to defect. To exterminate him, Myriad Dragondok sent 8 Gu immortals one after another. 5 rank 6s and 3 rank 7s, but Song Zixing killed 4, crippled 3, and forced one to retreat. The Myriad Dragondok suffered a great loss. From then on, he no longer dared to casually attack Song Zixing. Song Zixing was currently at large and was a top expert of the Middle Continent's fiendish Dao. He had rank 7 cultivation level and blood path. He was extremely proficient in fighting. Everyone in Zhongzhou State acknowledged that Song Zixing's combat ability was similar to Shi Lei's and slightly weaker than Feng Jioge's. It was all because many years ago, Song Zixing met Feng Jioge on the road. Feng Jioge made 3 moves, and Song Zixing was no match for him, fleeing in defeat. "Alright, I'll try my best." Feng Yuan's expression didn't change as he agreed. "You guys have to hurry up and do your best. Star Form Blessed Land's earthly calamity is about to arrive. If I can't hold on, the Blessed Land will be destroyed. Even if you meet the requirements, it's useless," Astrology Boy warned. Feng Yuan's gaze shone. "If that's the case, I can help you resist the earthly calamity first." Astrology Boy immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. "I will not let external Gu immortals stay in Star Form Blessed Land for more than 7 minutes. The human heart is unfathomable, only my master can help me pass the tribulation. Not long later, I will use Jewel Yellow Skies to spread this news and let more people deal with that damned Song Zixing." Hei Lolan's heart sank, but she was shrewd and maintained a calm expression. She deliberated over her words before saying, "Land Spirit, you have to be careful. The human heart is unfathomable, greedy wolves might attack your blessed land." Astrology Boy smiled. "Don't worry, I am not an idiot, I won't tell them the location of this place. You can only enter Star Form Blessed Land if you fulfill my conditions. You guys can leave, remember not to tell anyone else about the Blessed Land's location." The land spirit chased them away. Feng Yuan did not force them to stay. He took his leave and returned to Earth Abyss with Hei Lulan through the Blessed Land's entrance. They had just stepped out of Earth Abyss when the entrance behind them vanished completely. The Blessed Land was a small world, even though it was underground and absorbed Earth Qi. As long as the entrance was not opened, it was extremely well hidden. Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan were silent. After clearing all traces of their surroundings, they used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The surroundings were safe. The first thing the two had to do was to split the loot. "This time, I entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven without any mishaps. My gains are huge. I am regretting it now. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to a 40-60 split." Hei Lulan sighed as she took out the loot from her immortal aperture. "Why are there so many desolate beast corpses? This pig seems to be an ancient desolate beast. There is still a lion desolate beast that is not dead." At once, little Hu Immortal's attention was attracted. She looked at the desolate beasts on the ground in shock. Scarlet Divine Stallion, Flying Bear, Star Demon Bat, Chestnut Yak. A total of 7 desolate beast corpses. There was also a yellow jade lion that was on the verge of death, hanging on to its last breath. Other than that, there was also the astral wind flying heavenly boar, this ancient desolate beast corpse. There were also hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil dug out from the diamond bear's cave. And finally, there were close to 10 mysterious trees. These trees formed a forest. When they first entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they had once trapped Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan. The two could not tell the origin of these trees, so they collected some into their immortal apertures. Later, a star desolate hound attacked and disrupted the two's collection. A desolate beast corpse could be sold for about 40 immortal yuan stones. And ancient desolate beasts were sold for even more, 10 times the price of desolate beasts, that was 400 immortal yuan stones. Hearing this, the price of ancient desolate beasts seemed to be unreasonably high. But the truth was, ancient desolate beasts were hard to kill. Not only did they have battle strength comparable to rank 7 Gu immortals, their bodies were covered in Dao marks, ordinary mortal killer moves were useless against them. Even immortal killer moves would be difficult to deal with. Ordinary immortal killer moves used rank 6 immortal goo as the core. Against ancient desolate beasts, it was like using a small dagger to stab an elephant. Although it was effective, it needed to accumulate injuries. Only immortal killer moves that were formed using rank 7 immortal goo could be effective against ancient desolate beasts. This way, immortal killer moves that involved immortal killer moves would expend immortal essence. The cost of killing ancient desolate beasts would be high. They would often need to expend hundreds of green grape immortal essence beads, or dozens of red date immortal essence beads. As a result, the true net profit was often only about 100 immortal yuan stones. Although it was much higher than killing desolate beasts, there were still two factors to consider. First, the huge risk of fighting with ancient desolate beasts. Second, not every goo immortal could deal with ancient desolate beasts. Ordinary rank 6 goo immortals would often choose to retreat when facing ancient desolate beasts. Only a rank 7 goo immortal like Xianxia, and an expert among rank 7 goo immortals, had the confidence to kill ancient desolate beasts. 7 desolate beast corpses. A total of 280 immortal yuan stones. The dying yellow jade lion was worth 80 immortal essence stones for the time being. Astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse, 400 immortal yuan stones. Hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. About 30 immortal yuan stones. I don't know the origin of these mysterious trees, I won't count them for now. This way, I have a total of 790 immortal yuan stones. He Lulan calculated. The result she obtained. Even she was somewhat tongue-tied. Close to 800 immortal yuan stones. Undeniably, this was a huge windfall. He Lulan's breathing became rapid. Ever since she ascended to Goo Immortal, she had been calculating her expenses one by one immortal yuan stone. But now, she suddenly had close to 800 immortal yuan stones in her hands. Fang Yuan's situation was better than He Luan. Using Wisdom Goo's unlimited brilliance, he transacted with Land Spirit of Xianxia. He had more than 10 immortal yuan stones. Dozens of immortal yuan stones. But even so, facing the wealth of 800 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Even in his previous life, he did not have such an experience. In the 500 years of his previous life, the most immortal essence stones he had on hand was no more than 60 pieces. According to the 40-60 split, Fang Yuan could obtain 474 immortal yuan stones. This is a huge harvest, mainly because we did not expend any immortal essence because of the battle. Fang Yuan calmed the waves in his heart and said, "Hee, that arrogant monkey is probably going to explode from anger. Will he attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land?" He Lulan asked worriedly, after all, this involved such a huge profit. "He won't." Fang Yuan shook his head. "To us, this is a huge profit. But to a rank 7 Goo immortal like Xianxia, he would have thousands of immortal yuan stones. Normally speaking, rank 6 Goo immortals would have hundreds of immortal yuan stones. Ordinary rank 7 Goo immortals would have thousands of them. Strength and wealth were directly proportional. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were new Goo immortals. They had just stepped into the world of Goo immortals and were working hard with new identities. They had started from scratch and were poor. As for Fang Yuan's previous life, he was short of money. One reason was because Blood Path was not good at managing and was good at fighting. The other was because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. The battles were frequent and the expenditure was huge. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. Moreover, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent are famous righteous sects. They have a longer history than almost every super force in the other 4 regions. These great sects need order and stability, they need face and reputation. Xianxia will definitely take revenge on us, but he will not do it forcefully, he will use righteous path methods to suppress us. After all, we have the reputation of Crane Gate. He Lulan nodded, agreeing with Fang Yuan's point. She showed a look of pity on her face. "It is a pity that we did not get that walking meat tree. It is an ancient desolate plant and a legendary item. Its price is even higher than the astral wind flying heavenly boar. Feng Yuan said, I don't think so. At that time, compared to the walking meat tree, star form blessed land was much more important. Then how are we going to split star form blessed land? He Lulan looked at Feng Yuan, her expression turning solemn. This involved huge benefits, she would not be so kind as to give it away. These desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses were easy to split because they could be valued. Star form blessed land was not easy to value, because immortal yuan stones could not express the true value of a blessed land. A blessed land was a treasure trove. Not only could it produce resources endlessly, after annexing it, the Gu Immortals' cultivation level would be greatly boosted. It could be said that a blessed land or grotto heaven was the greatest achievement of a Gu Immortal's lifetime of cultivation. Feng Yuan frowned and thought for a while before saying, Star form blessed land is not easy to split. How about this? We will compete fairly. Whoever meets the land spirit's conditions will obtain star form blessed land. The other side will have to accept the result without any compensation. Star form blessed land was obtained by the two of us. Only the two of us can participate in this competition, we cannot interfere with each other. Other than us, even if Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunxing want to snatch star form blessed land, we will work together to stop them. What do you think? Chapter 736. Central Continent, by Qing Blessed Land. Bright sunlight shone on this small world. Mountain streams flowed, ancient trees reached the sky, and lush greenery formed a shade. As the wind blew, the sunlight shone through the gaps of the leaves, causing it to sway beautifully. Feng Jin Huang lay down on the green grass with her back against a big tree. She took a deep breath as the breeze blew past her. The fresh air was mixed with a hint of the pleasant smell of grass. The Legends of Rinzhu was beautifully framed, quietly lying in Feng Kim Huang's hands. It was already at the last few pages. Feng Kim Huang's bright eyes were like water, staring at the pages without blinking. Although she had heard of Rinzhu's story since young, because of the wondrous experience in the dream realm, and after reading The Legends of Rinzhu, with an inquisitive mind, Feng Kim Huang had many new and different feelings. The Legends of Rinzhu's final words were, Rinzhu's 10 sons died one after another. Even Rinzhu himself was about to die of old age, about to reach the end of his life. Before his death, Rinzhu took the corpses of his 10 sons and sacrificed himself, throwing them into Derivation Gu's stomach and being eaten. A large number of dream realms followed the smell of the food and entered Derivation Gu's mouth. Derivation Gu's stomach burst and exploded, countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. Because of the dream realm's derivation, the newly born mortals will have dreams during their sleep at night. People are often immersed in their dreams, like northern dark ice soul, unable to extricate themselves. As Feng Jin Huang pondered, she stretched out her slender hand and closed The Legends of Rinzhu. Then she stood up. Mother, send me back to the house, I am a little tired. She called out softly. All right. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong heard Fairy Bai Qing's gentle reply. Feng Kim Hong suddenly vanished on the spot. When she reappeared, she was already in her own room in splendid building. In her room, Fairy Bai Qing was already waiting. Feng Kim Huang's eyes lit up, happily saying, Oh, mother, why are you free today? Why didn't you go and harmonize the earth qi? When a Gu master reaches rank 6 and becomes a Gu immortal, their aperture can absorb heaven, earth, and human qi. When it became an immortal aperture, it would be a small world. Gu immortals manage their immortal aperture and raise their cultivation level. But as the immortal aperture world carried more things, gradually, there was not enough heaven and earth qi in the immortal aperture. Just like that, as the tree in the pot grew taller and taller, the original pot became smaller and the soil became barren. At this time, the Gu immortal would place the blessed land on the ground and absorb earth qi, or place the grotto heavens in the sky and absorb heaven qi. The qi of heaven and earth was absorbed. It would stabilize the blessed land and grotto heaven, and increase the foundation of the immortal aperture. His cultivation stabilized. Only then would he be able to continue cultivating faster and more steadily. Fairy Bai Qing's current situation was that she had managed the blessed land for a period of time. It was no longer stable. She planted the blessed land on the ground and lived in it, absorbing and harmonizing the earth qi of Central Continent's large region every day. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her adorable daughter with a loving gaze, praising, "Huang heir, it seems that your dream realm experience this time has greatly strengthened your mental state. If it were in the past, you would have made a fuss and asked me to accompany you. But this time, I harmonized the earth qi for 3 days and 3 nights without accompanying you. You quietly read books and refined gu. Your mental state is much more mature than before. I am very pleased." Of course. Feng Kim Hong smiled brightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. She raised her head slightly, the phoenix coronet on her head jingled as she said proudly, "Who am I? I am father and mother's flesh and blood. How can I embarrass you too?" Her smile infected Fairy Bai Qing. The latter also laughed. Ever since the first batch of mortals were born, they could dream. Almost everyone has dreams over the years. Countless geniuses, even immortal venerables and demon venerables have their own dream realms. These dream realms condensed into one, forming an unprecedentedly huge secluded realm. Huang heir, your dream wings immortal gu allows you to freely enter dream realms. It is a movement immortal gu that allows you to enter dream realms freely without being affected by them. This is a huge fortuitous encounter for you. You need to grasp it well. I understand, mother. These last days, I have been trying to refine gu. I found that my refinement path attainment level has already reached quasi-master. The benefits of dream realms are too great. I have always lacked interest in refinement path. I have never practiced it before. But after traveling through the dream realm, my attainment level has increased by leaps and bounds. I have left many people in the sect far behind. Feng Kim Hong sighed. When you traveled through old immortal Kong Ju's dream, you unintentionally obtained some of his refinement path true meaning. But this is also because old immortal Kong Ju was a refinement path great grandmaster to begin with. You benefited from it. There are too many dream realms. You might not be so lucky next time and encounter the dream realm of someone like old immortal Kong Ju. Fairy Bai Qing analyzed. Feng Kim Hong did not mind. He laughed. If I can't encounter it, so be it. I have no interest in refinement path to begin with. If I encounter the dream realm of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable next time, that will be fine. Sigh, but it is a pity that I walk metal path. None of the 10 venerables in history have cultivated this path. Fairy Bai Qing's heart jumped. She said solemnly, "Huang heir, don't let your guard down. You escaped unscathed this time because you were lucky. The dream realm you encountered was not dangerous. If you really encounter a venerable's dream, you need to leave immediately. The strength of a venerable is not something you can imagine." Feng Kim Hong stuck out his tongue. He quickly said obediently, "Yes, mother, I understand." Fairy Bai Qing's expression softened. She took out a letter gu. "This is a letter from your father. He has already successfully broken through the regional wall. After entering Northern Plains, he found a place to rest. He does not know that you have awakened yet. But since he has already sent a letter, we will use this letter gu to reply. You can also say a few words that will put your father's mind at ease. He can focus on this mission to enter Northern Plains." Father's letter? But after becoming an immortal zombie, one's cultivation will stagnate and cannot continue to advance. Feng Kim Hong frowned. That is indeed the case. But think about it, a rank 5 mortal gu master, compared to a rank 6 immortal zombie, the latter is naturally much stronger. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Kim Hong showed a disdainful expression. Regardless of whether he is eager for success or was forced to do so, he will not be my match in the future. He is in a hurry to challenge me now. It is likely that he wants to use this limited time to bully me, and in the future, it will be my turn to bully him. This cowardly mouse, a shameless and despicable guy. Huang heir, don't be blinded by the hatred in your heart. Fairy Bai Qing's expression became solemn. Feng Yuan is not simple. This challenge letter was written before the attack on Crane Gate. His true intention is to establish a relationship with our spirit affinity house. It is a ploy to drive the tiger away. He is now sitting on Dang Hun Mountain and wants to do business with our 10 great ancient sections. His name has spread throughout Central Continent. Almost every Gu immortal knows of his existence. Mother, I was wrong, I was a little agitated. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth, trying to remain calm. How are you going to respond to this letter? Whether you ignore it or reply, it is up to you. Fairy Bai Qing purposely tested him. Feng Kim Hong said without hesitation, of course I have to reply. Since this challenge letter was written by me, he has already responded. If I avoid the battle because of his immortal zombie status, it would make me look weak. But, she rolled her eyes, the enemy is strong while I am weak, only a fool would fight him head-on. Humph. Coincidentally, our Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention is about to begin. I will use Refinement Path to defeat him in front of everyone's eyes. Let me vent my anger first, then we'll talk. Mother, do you think this is okay? Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. This is a good move. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with bright light. In the following days, I will use Dream Wings Immortal Gu to find Refinement Path Gu Master's dreams and rapidly accumulate my Refinement Path foundation. I can use him as an opponent to temper myself and raise my cultivation level. Fairy Bai Qing smiled, patting Feng Kim Huang's head. That is my good daughter. Chapter 737. Northern Plains, Xianxia Blessed Land. Land Spirit, I have brought you a living desolate beast, take a look at it first. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture and activated more than 10 Gu worms, taking out a lion and placing it on the ground. This lion was as large as a giant elephant. Its body was brownish-yellow in color, its thick mane covered almost half of its body. It was sleeping and snoring. It was a yellow jade lion. Its injuries were severe and it was on the verge of death. But as long as it was alive, with Fang Yuan's current abilities and resources, it would not be a problem to heal it. Land Spirit of Xianxia stroked his beard as he walked around the yellow jade lion. He could move freely now. The chi path seals on his body were completely undone. Good lion, even when sleeping, it still has a fierce expression. Not bad. Saying so, Land Spirit of Xianxia stretched out his hand and pried open the yellow jade lion's mouth, revealing its closed teeth. Good teeth. Land Spirit of Xianxia praised. His hand moved down to the middle of the lion's hind legs. Throughout the process, Land Spirit of Xianxia had been activating Gu worms. After inspecting it, he said in satisfaction, not bad, it is full of energy and can breed. But unfortunately, my blessed land is a refinement path blessed land. It is not proficient in raising these fierce beasts. Land Spirit of Xianxia had raised 12 desolate beasts. He had already gained some experience in raising them. Looking at his experienced appearance, he was not a novice. But Xianxia Blessed Land was a refinement path blessed land. There was a higher chance of success when refining Gu worms here. But it had no supplementary ability in raising beasts. And Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path blessed land. It was proficient in raising foxes. The fox groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had a higher chance of raising desolate beast foxes. Blessed lands and grotto heavens were all different. They had their own specialties. This was because blessed lands and grotto heavens were Gu Immortals' immortal apertures. When Gu masters undergo immortal ascension, they absorb heaven and earth chi, and according to their own understanding of heaven and earth, they use Gu worms of all sorts of paths to create an immortal aperture world. Xianxia Land Spirit was very satisfied with this yellow jade lion. He straightforwardly handed 88 immortal essence stones to Fang Yuan. At the same time, he also gave the details of unfamiliar face. In front of the Land Spirit of Xianxia, Fang Yuan immediately browsed through it. This killer move had an extraordinary origin. It came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. As expected of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, this is truly an ingenious idea. Fang Yuan sighed in admiration. There are only over 300 Gu worms here, but they are related to Transformation Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, and so on. some goo worms were rather rare. It seemed that to recreate this killer move, he would have to wait for a period of time and gather all the goo worms. Xianxia, do you have these related goo? Land Spirit of Xianxia shook his head and chuckled. Why would I keep these goo in my hands? I can't use this killer move. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, familiar face, these 3 killer moves are from the same series. What you obtained is a mortal killer move that can transform into someone that others do not recognize. If you recognize them, you will be exposed. As for the other 2, they are immortal killer moves. You can disguise as someone you know without being exposed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable seemed to have also left behind this inheritance. If you have the opportunity, you might be able to obtain the other 2 killer moves in your lifetime, who knows? Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. How can I be so lucky to obtain the other 2 immortal killer moves? This inheritance might have been obtained by someone else long ago. Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. He thought of the inheritance regarding Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Luopa Valley that he obtained in Northern Plains. He had already refined the keys to enter the inheritance, open door goo and close door goo. But he did not move. Goo Master inheritances were not so easy to obtain. Especially demonic path inheritances, they were often much more difficult and dangerous than righteous path inheritances. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance was simply a tiger's den. The situation was unclear, and myriad self-killer move could not be used. Fang Yuan would rather wait for a while and not take the risk. Fang Yuan did not have high expectations for this, because he had already guessed it. The inheritance clue that I obtained is not the only one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was not willing to bury the inheritance, thus he gathered a large number of people to catch the fish. This inheritance has been in the past for so long, someone might have already visited it. Not to mention others, especially Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He seems to have used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance is related to Luopa Valley. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might have already entered it. He might have already taken Luopa Valley. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan took out 3 complete immortal goo recipes and handed them to Land Spirit of Xianxia. This is the transaction. Land Spirit of Xianxia received the immortal goo recipes and inspected them. After confirming there were no mistakes, he could not help but praise Fang Yuan's talent. Rascal, I rarely admire others, but your talent in deducing immortal goo recipes has truly made me look at you in a different light. Land Spirit, I was about to talk to you about this. Fang Yuan said, regarding the transaction of immortal goo recipes, I want to change the details of the transaction. I have already deduced the immortal goo recipes with high completion degrees. Now, only those with low completion degrees are left, 60, 70, and even below 50%. I want to deduce these immortal goo recipes. Although I can complete them, it would take too long. It would take me a month or 2, I would not have time to do anything else. I suggest that we change the details of this transaction. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Land Spirit of Xianxia shook his head. No change, why should I change it? I spent so many immortal yuan stones, didn't I want you to deduce immortal goo recipes? You are a wisdom path goo immortal and so skilled in deducing immortal goo recipes, why don't you continue? At most, I will raise the price and pay you more. Land Spirit of Xianxia, don't be in a hurry to reject me, listen to me first, you will definitely be interested. Wait, don't tell me your condition is for me to represent you and sell these blessed lands in the auction? Land Spirit of Xianxia gave a thumbs up and said with a flattering tone, You are so smart. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes. Are you trying to kill me? No way, I definitely won't do it. Once I sell these blessed lands, I will immediately become everyone's target. It is too eye-catching. Who has the ability to capture these goo immortals alive? Moreover, if that mysterious force finds out that I am in cahoots with Xianxia Blessed Land, they will definitely think that I am in cahoots with Xianxia Blessed Land. In the future, when they attack your land, they might even attack my land. Northern Plains Inkman City Lord Mo Tan sang. Isn't he your good friend? Just let him go. Sigh, he is an Inkman immortal, his background is not good, he has always been ostracized by humans. Moreover, he has a family and Inkman City to take care of. He is even more unsuitable. Land Spirit of Xianxia shook his head. You don't want him to die, you want me to die. Don't make it sound so bad, don't you have the killer move Unfamiliar Face? As long as you have this killer move, other Gu immortals will not be able to recognize your true appearance. Land Spirit of Xianxia said in a submissive tone. Feng Yuan sized up the Land Spirit. I was wondering why you were so generous to give me this precious killer move, it turns out you had planned it long ago. Land Spirit of Xianxia could not endure it anymore, he stared with wide eyes and raised his voice. Rascal, do you think I don't know you? You are extremely daring, when have you ever been afraid? Even Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by you, even 88-point Xianxia Tower was toppled. As long as there are enough benefits, you will be a fugitive. Are you afraid of such a small matter? Tell me, how much do you want? Feng Yuan snorted coldly. We will split the gains from selling the Blessed Land, no matter what. It should be at least 40 to 60%. 40 to 60? You are too greedy, you actually want 40% right off the bat. Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light, his expression was grim. You misunderstood, Land Spirit, what I meant was 60% for me and 40% for you. Land Spirit of Xianxia was stunned, even though he had lived for a long time, he was shocked by Feng Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply and stared at Feng Yuan's face. You have the cheek to say such words? Why would I? Feng Yuan's face was as thick as a city wall. I am risking my life here, I will not do it if there are no benefits that move me. This price is already the lowest I can offer, and it's a friendly price since we're old acquaintances. Friendship price. I think you are trying to scam an old acquaintance? That means there is no room for discussion? Think about it again, this is my price. There is still some time before the auction, I will be leaving first. Feng Yuan opened a stargate. Chapter 738. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, concentrating on the pair of bat wings in front of him. In front of him, a pair of large bat wings floated in the air. The bat wings were covered with tiny scales. These dark blue scales were only the size of a pinky finger, and they constantly refracted light with the light, looking like specks of starlight. After Feng Yuan returned from Xianxia Blessed Land, he started to deal with the star demon bat's bat wings. After 9 days and 9 nights, it was the crucial moment now. Whether I can repair this pair of bat wings completely depends on this. Feng Yuan willed, taking out a mortal goo from his immortal aperture. He flicked his finger, throwing the crucial mortal goo out. The mortal goo turned into a drop of jade green liquid. After hitting the bat wings, a layer of green light appeared. The light flowed like water, the green light spread and soon covered the entire bat wings. After a while, the green light faded, the entire star demon bat wings were covered in a layer of fine green fur. Feng Yuan observed carefully, his 10 fingers moved in turns. Following his movements, the green-haired bat wings rotated in the air, displaying from all angles for Feng Yuan to observe. Feng Yuan opened his fingers, the 2 contracted star demon bat wings also unfolded. Feng Yuan saw that the inside of the bat wings was also covered in fur. He nodded in satisfaction. When Shirley killed this star demon bat, he did not hold back. The bat wings that I obtained were greatly damaged. Now that I have spent so much effort to repair them, I do not have much confidence in whether I can repair them. Feng Yuan sighed, standing up. He waved his hand, hundreds of goo worms flew out, circling around the green-haired bat wings and protecting them. Next, Feng Yuan walked around the bat wings, walking out of this secret room. He closed the secret room's door. The green-haired bat wings were shrouded in the darkness of the secret room. Feng Yuan stood outside the door, lightly stomping his feet, calling, "Where is the land spirit?" Master, you called for me." Little Hu Immortal immediately appeared beside Feng Yuan, Her large eyes were shining. She had an expression of seeing master again on her face. I asked you to pay attention to the jewel yellow skies business. How is it going? Feng Yuan asked as he walked. Little Hu Immortal followed behind, answering, Master sold all the desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies. These last days, only one desolate beast corpse was sold. Since Immortal Monkey King Shirlei had already discovered Feng Yuan directly sold these desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies. He had discussed with He Lulan, they would each take what they needed. Feng Yuan took the yellow jade lion and the star demon bat wings, while He Lulan took the flying bear corpses. And Feng Yuan was in charge of selling these beast corpses. No matter what the result was, he would give 40% of the profits to He Lulan. He Lulan was not afraid of him going back on his words. After all, the Snowy Mountain Alliance was there. Under normal circumstances, these desolate beast corpses were highly sought after. They were rare and sold in jewel yellow skies within 4 to 6 hours. It was very easy to earn Immortal Yuan Stone. But Feng Yuan did not want Immortal Yuan Stone this time. He arranged a will to announce to the other Gu Immortals, if you want to buy these beast corpses, you have to exchange for them with specific items. First was the method to turn immortal zombies into humans, or information or clues. Second was the Gu recipe of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, or Gu worms, or related information or clues. Third was the wings of the desolate beast bat. Fourth was the top-tier mortal killer move, the more outstanding the better. The sparks landed on the green-haired bat wings, and with a soft sound, the sparks ignited the green hair, forming a green flame. The flame appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the green hair on the bat wings that were floating in the air had already been burned, revealing a pair of black bat wings. The tiny blue scales on the bat wings were completely gone, replaced by a thick layer of ash. Feng Yuan saw this and his eyes flashed with disappointment. I failed. He let out a breath of turbid air. The weak air flow landed on the bat wings, causing them to shatter on the ground like charcoal. The earlier bat wings were too heavily injured. In order to kill the star demon bat, Shirlei first destroyed the star demon bat's wings. Because of the severe damage to the wings, the star demon bat could no longer display its flying advantage and was eventually killed by Shirlei. Wherever this path leads to, it is all according to your will. I have said it before. The path is under your feet as long as you want to walk on it. Renzu realized at once, so that's it. But he was puzzled. Then how did I get here? Self-Gu said, humans are born ordinary. Even though you are the spirit of all living beings. You do not have the claws of a tiger. Unlike grass that can absorb nutrients from the earth, there are no changes. What is so strange about you coming to the ordinary quagmire? You're not the only one. If you look carefully at the mud under your feet, you'll find many footprints. Renzu lowered his head, getting close to the ground. Only then did he see clearly, like Self-Gu had said, the ordinary quagmire was filled with all sorts of marks. There were the claws of wild beasts. There were also traces of plants taking root, traces of water flowing, and traces of stones rolling over. Why are there so many marks? Renzu asked curiously. Self-Gu answered, this is ordinary abyss. All living beings will enter here for all sorts of reasons. All living beings will enter here. All living beings are ordinary. But most living beings, their entire lives are trapped in ordinary abyss. Only a small portion of living beings, through their own hard work and trekking, walk out of ordinary abyss. I do not want to be trapped here my entire life. There is nothing here. The stench is overwhelming. I want to leave too. Renzu frowned. Self-Gu laughed loudly. If you think ordinary is an abyss, then it is an abyss. But if you think ordinary is heaven, then it is heaven. Since you do not want to stay here, then leave. Use your own 2 feet to walk out of the ordinary quagmire and become extraordinary. Renzu took a step forward. Suddenly, his body tilted. His front foot had sunk deep into the quagmire. It was not easy to walk in a quagmire, one step deeper than the other. The surface of the road looked the same, but some were more solid, while others were softer. Renzu walked a few steps before his eyes brightened. He thought of a trick. He walked towards the places with the claw marks. Since there were traces left behind in these places, it meant that the soil was more solid. Thus, Renzu's walk became smoother. Compared to before, he was walking like he was flying. He said emotionally, "So in the ordinary quagmire, walking in the footsteps of the former is much faster than exploring alone." After testing true solid bat wings and lion fur armor, Feng Yuan descended from the sky, casually landing on a grassland slope. Unfamiliar face. Feng Yuan activated this newly obtained mortal killer move. The goo worms used to form this killer move were all purchased by Hu Immortal Land Spirit from Jewel Yellow Skies. A small portion were refined by his own hairy men. Under the effect of the killer move, Feng Yuan retracted his bat wings, and only a pair of his 8 thick arms were left. The fangs in his mouth became much smaller, his red eyes also turned slightly red. Eventually, Feng Yuan's 6-meter-tall body also shrunk to a normal person's size. His appearance had changed greatly. But his immortal zombie body was still an immortal zombie body. It was not concealed. Even so, Feng Yuan could not help but praise, "Amazing! This is only a mortal killer move, but it caused such a huge transformation to my immortal body." As expected of thieving heaven demon Venerable. Feng Yuan could imagine that if he was still immortal, he could transform into any appearance, even from male to female. It would be extremely realistic. But he had an immortal body now. His body was filled with strength path Dao marks. As a mortal killer move, it was not easy for it to transform so much. Most importantly, this transformation was not an illusion, it was a real transformation. It even involved a slight change in his aura. All in all, even if Feng Yuan stood in front of Tai by Yunxing right now, he would not be able to recognize this immortal zombie as his junior brother within a short period of time. "Master, you've become prettier. Oh, this letter just arrived." Right at this time, little Hu Immortal Land Spirit appeared with a flash, holding a letter goo and handing it to Feng Yuan. "Oh, letter sending green bird goo. Spirit Affinity House finally has a reply?" Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. He took the letter goo and entered his mind. After a while, he came back to his senses. A pondering expression flashed across his face. "Feng Kim Hong actually wants me to participate in the Refinement Path convention and compete in Refinement Path? I remember that in her early years she had no interest in Refinement Path. Her foundation in this aspect was like a blank piece of paper. Why is she so confident that she wants to compete in goo refinement with me? Could it be that she has already discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo?" Feng Yuan's heart sank. Dream Wings, Dream Path. Feng Yuan's gaze was like smoke. He thought of his previous life. As long as they use evil thoughts to think of schemes and schemes against others, their efficiency will increase by many times. An ordinary evil thought can be equivalent to several, or even more than 10 happy thoughts, star thoughts, and space thoughts. Feng Yuan had used delight in mountain and water immortal goo to produce a vast amount of happy thoughts to aid in his thinking. But he had made a mistake. Although wills were formed from thoughts, their true use was not to think, but to act independently after separating from the main body. Goo immortals created wills and entered Jewel Yellow Skies to help sell the goods. Giant Sun Immortal left behind Giant Sun's will to guard 88-point Xianxia Tower. This was the correct use of wills. For example, thoughts were like a kitchen knife, wills were like a long blade. Thinking about problems was like cutting vegetables. A kitchen knife was the best for cutting vegetables, which chef would use a long blade to cut vegetables. Different professions were worlds apart. Wisdom path was the most mysterious path. Feng Yuan did not know this earlier. Using happy thoughts to think seemed to be effective, but there was a lot of expenditure. It was better to use happy thoughts instead. I now have the goo recipes of malicious thought goo and malice goo. I can refine these two mortal goo in large quantities. I have already become an immortal. I have unlimited primeval essence. I can produce a large number of evil thoughts. It is cheap but good. Using green grape immortal essence to activate delight in mountain and water immortal goo is too expensive. In the past, Feng Yuan only had a small number of wisdom path mortal goo. They were all bought from Jewel Yellow Skies. Using these mortal goo to produce thoughts, there were too few thoughts of different types. They could not support the intense expenditure of deducing immortal goo recipes. Thus, he used delight in mountain and water immortal goo. Now that Feng Yuan had the goo recipes of wisdom path mortal goo, his first choice was to produce these mortal goo in large quantities. The thoughts produced by a mortal goo were few, but when the number of mortal goo increased, the scale of the thoughts would become very impressive. Using delight in mountain and water immortal goo was not only expensive, it was also a waste of resources. It is a pity that this wisdom path inheritance appeared a little late. My transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's immortal goo recipe has already entered a new stage. If it appeared earlier, I would definitely be able to save a lot of green grape immortal essence. With the green grape immortal essence saved, the cost would fall sharply, and the profits would increase greatly. It would no longer be around 26 immortal essence. Feng Yuan felt a little regret as he thought of this. But there was no helping it, life was like this. It was impossible for everything to appear at the perfect time, to satisfy one's desires. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest many times. He relied on some fortuitous encounters in Imperial Court-blessed land to accumulate and become a goo immortal. In other words, he had rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. The moment he spoke, his words showed his strong personality. It made people feel like he was being overbearing. Of course not. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. Sha Huang is the name I gave myself on the second day after I became an immortal zombie. It signifies a new beginning, but it also means that I have to forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven, only after I regain my body and get rid of my immortal zombie status, will I use my previous name. Once he said this, the immortals in the discussion hall showed complex expressions. Some were disdainful, some were sneering, some were speechless, some were lamenting, but most of them were understanding. Feng Yuan's current performance, his current state of mind, was something they had experienced before. But so many years had passed, the lofty aspirations they had back then were long gone, their hopes were almost all gone. They were still immortal zombies, there was no change to their dreams. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud that covered the sky. The flame cauldron has erupted. I'm sure everyone here knows about this. This is a troublesome matter. We have to deal with it and suppress it as soon as possible. The later we deal with it, the harder it will be to deal with. We have decided that if anyone can suppress the flame cauldron, they will obtain 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. In Lu Gong said. The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other. Gu Yi took the initiative to introduce to Fang Yuan. The flame cauldron is an excellent place for Gu refinement. It is especially good at refining fire path Gu worms. In the history of our Zombie Alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined an immortal Gu in the flame cauldron. But in the last few hundred years, our Zombie Alliance has not produced another refinement path grandmaster. The flame cauldron has been left unused. It has only been used by the leader a few times. It has been in disrepair for a long time and is erupting more and more frequently. Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Yi continued. The flame cauldron is extremely hot, especially at the center. It is simply a sea of fire. In the past, when this problem arose, the fire path immortal zombie would be the one to deal with it. But this fire path immortal zombie also needs a refinement path foundation. They need to preserve or even repair the Gu formation inside the flame cauldron. Otherwise, if they forcefully suppress it and destroy the arrangement, it would be better not to suppress it. If the mission fails, not only will they not get any contribution points, they will also have to pay for it. Fang Yuan understood. They needed fire path cultivation level and refinement path attainment. In this case, there were few suitable candidates. No wonder everyone stopped talking after discussing for a while. Their gazes turned to a certain will in the hall. In Lu Gong broke the silence. He looked at this will and said, in the past, the leader had to suppress it personally, but he has gone to Eastern Sea these years. In our Zombie Alliance, there is no more suitable candidate than you, a fire virtue craftsman. Fire virtue, what do you think? This red will pondered for a while before saying, my cultivation level is still low. I can barely suppress the flame cauldron. But since everyone has this thought, I will not reject it. It is just that 1,000 contribution points is too little. In Lu Gong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is just the initial amount. In that case, let's raise it to 1,200 points. Are you willing to accept it? I am willing. Fire Virtue replied. Alright, let's move on to the second task. In Lu Gong did not waste time. He changed the topic. A Xianxia octopus has appeared in Earth Trench. It is causing trouble and is interfering with our black oil collection. But Yuan clan had passed the deadline. They did not return the immortal Gu. Every year, Zombie Alliance would send members to ask for the immortal Gu, but they failed every time. Not only did Yuan clan find excuses to evade, they were even beaten up and chased away. Initially, no immortal zombies accepted this mission. In Lu Gong could only raise the contribution points before he gave it out. There were also missions to purchase glass soil, drill soil, capture beast groups, and collect souls. The final mission was related to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had gone around to purchase souls to produce Guts Gu. She had also found Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to go deep into Earth trenches and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. By sprinkling black oil on the dead Aperture Blessed Land, it could slow down the destruction of the Blessed Land. In the outside world, to other Gu immortals, it was an extremely useful Gu refinement material. It had a huge market. Earth Trench's black oil was Zombie Alliance's main business. This status was similar to the Guts Gu business to Fang Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts Gu trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into Earth Trenches to purchase black oil, they would keep a portion for themselves other than the portion they had to hand over. This mission's rewards were publicly recognized as the best among immortal zombies. Thus, almost everyone fought for it. Fong Yuan also wanted to fight for it. If he could use this to enter Earth trenches and secretly obtain that inheritance, it would be great. But it was a pity that he had just arrived. He did not have a Zombie Alliance token. It was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Moreover, this mission had a time limit. Right now, Fong Yuan was busy with the auction and the refinement path convention. He did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In order to get the only 3 spots for this mission, these 3 victors not only did not get any contribution points, they even had to hand over hundreds of contribution points to Zombie Alliance. Chapter 754. In the secret room, Fong Yuan played with the goo worms in his hands with interest. These mortal goo were naturally qin by Sheng's, but he had already lent them to the secret room's owner, allowing Fong Yuan to use them. He mobilized some primeval essence and tried to inject it. The secret room's environment changed immediately. It seems that Qin Bai Sheng put in a lot of effort. Although it is a secret room, it is a small world, larger than a garden. I can also use these mortal goo to change the environment, creating mountains and rivers, or even seas and lakes, pavilions, and so on. As Fong Yuan moved, the secret room's environment continued to change. At times, there were lush green mountains and he was in a pavilion on a mountain peak. At times, there were surging rivers and he was in a boat by the river. Of course, these changes were all illusions, they could not be real. If it was real, to change the world in an instant, the power of immortal goo would have to be used, and immortal essence would have to be expended. Fong Yuan took the goo worm in his hands, and looked at it with his mind. In this east window goo, there were many auction items, all of which were precious treasures. Fong Yuan was dazzled as he looked at it. Some of the items even had corresponding conditions written behind them. Other than using immortal yuan stone to buy them, one could also use resources to exchange for them. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the items wanted. Fong Yuan looked at the contents in front and focused on the latter part. This part listed many immortal goo. They were of all kinds and involved many paths. Behind these immortal goo, there was information to exchange for them. Different from the previous items, immortal goo were unique. No matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they would not be sold. This was the iron rule of the market. Even during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was the same. Thus, if one wanted to buy an immortal goo, one would need to use another immortal goo as the price. Fong Yuan's attention was focused. He soon saw some of his immortal goo listed on it. There were 4 immortal goo: Rising Azure Cloud, Worldly Wave Trace, Calamity Beckoning, and Delight in Water and Mountain. The first 2 were movement immortal goo. One was Cloud Path, the other was Water Path. They did not match Fong Yuan's Strength Path. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng cultivated Cloud Path as a secondary path, but he was a Time Path goo immortal. Rising rapidly was not suitable for him. As for Calamity Beckon immortal goo, as high as rank 7. But the effect was ridiculous. It was simply a suicidal weapon. Although Fang Yuan had thought of some uses, it would be more worth it if he could exchange it for other immortal goo. Finally, delight in water and mountain immortal goo can generate a lot of happiness. But Fang Yuan was already preparing to mass refine malicious thought goo. In this way, the effect of joy could be suppressed. He might as well take it out and see what immortal goo he could exchange for. If he couldn't get it, he would just have to take it back. After the 4 immortal goo, there were naturally the immortal goo requirements that Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 immortal goo were handed over by Fang Yuan through Fairy Li Shan. It could be said that he had cleared his name. Even though Calamity Beckoning and other immortal goo were quite troublesome to sell. There might even be trouble. But if he could exchange it for an appropriate immortal goo, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Miss this golden opportunity. If he waited any longer, he would have to wait until the 5 regions chaotic war in a few hundred years. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was decisive when it was time to take a risk. He would not cower. It would be unwise to raise the price any higher unless they have special requirements. Unless he has a special need. Another goo immortal added in his analysis. 66 immortal yuan stone, going once. Qin Baixing shouted. At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted to Tai Bai Yunxing. Old Bai, let's each take out half of the immortal yuan stone. How about we compete together? Tai Bai Yunxing was overjoyed. Junior brother, it would be great if you want to make a move. Thus, he continued to raise the price to 68. Only one goo immortal continued to bid, adding an immortal yuan stone. Finally, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing worked together and bought Inch of Time at the exorbitant price of 70 immortal yuan stone. Time slowly passed, treasures appeared one after another. The competition in the auction hall was getting more intense, the atmosphere was getting more heated. Many goo immortals lost their composure, their faces were flushed with anger. Even though they were rational and calm, in front of such huge profits, they had no choice but to compete until their necks turned red. After dozens of items were auctioned, some low-level goo immortals could no longer compete, some were covered in sweat, some were pale, some were on the verge of collapse. The competition was not just about wealth, it was also a psychological battle. Gradually, Rank 6 goo immortals became fewer and fewer. Rank 6 goo immortals usually had hundreds of immortal yuan stone in their savings, while Rank 7 goo immortals had thousands or even tens of thousands. At Rank 8, they would definitely have tens of thousands. Old cultivators might even have hundreds of thousands of immortal yuan stone in their hands. The higher their cultivation level, the more resources they would have. Ordinary Rank 6 goo immortals had weak foundations. Fortunately, they had resources to offset the price. Otherwise, most of them would have been eliminated already. Fang Yuan only had a few hundred immortal yuan stone in his possession. He tried occasionally, but he rarely succeeded. Most of them failed. He waited patiently. Finally, he heard Qin Baixing announce, "Next, the immortal goo auction will begin. The main event is here." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, the other goo immortals also became energetic. The previous auction was only a prelude. The main dish was finally on stage. Chapter 757. Qin Baixing stood on the stage. He took out several mortal goo and threw them into the hall. Some goo immortals caught these mortal goo and showed puzzled expressions. Qin Baixing continued, "The auction of immortal goo is very important. The items that are auctioned earlier have more advantages, they have a higher chance of being exchanged for immortal goo. Thus, to be fair, this auction will not follow the order. I have specially prepared these mortal goo. They can be used to point to an immortal goo auction item that is recorded. As for which item to point to, it is completely random. There is no possibility of someone manipulating it. Now, everyone, please inspect these mortal goo. These words caused a good response. The goo immortals took turns inspecting the mortal goo as they conversed. This is a good method. I was worried earlier that my immortal goo would be left behind. It would not be good for the auction. Qin Baisheng is not simple. This auction has covered all aspects. If he really tampered with it, I will admit it. Anyway, I can see that there are no problems. After this set of mortal goo was inspected by the goo immortals in the hall, it was sent to a secret room. Soon, it was Feng Yuan's turn. Feng Yuan inspected it personally. There were no problems. After the goo immortals in the secret room finished inspecting, this set of mortal goo was sent to a single room. The rank 8 goo immortals were almost all in a single room. After they inspected it, the mortal goo were sent to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng did not continue the auction. He asked, "Is there anyone else who has concerns? Why don't you inspect it again?" As expected, some goo immortals requested to inspect it again. Some of them had already inspected it earlier. There were no problems with this set of mortal goo. But it was in everyone's hands. What if someone tampered with it during this process? The goo immortals were meticulous in their thinking. They wanted to inspect it again. After this inspection, there was nothing wrong with it. The highlight of the immortal goo auction was about to begin. Qin Baisheng activated this set of mortal goo in front of everyone. Immediately, colorful lights flickered, smoke rose and gathered in the air, forming into the words hidden luck. I have chosen it. Then the first immortal goo is stealth luck immortal goo. Qin Baisheng said loudly. Concealment luck immortal goo was originally a middle or lower auction item. To think that the first one would be auctioned. Tai Bai Yunxing held the east window goo and muttered after inspecting it. At the same time, many goo immortals were doing the same thing. The ranking recorded in the east window goo. That's not really the order. It was very likely that he would be the next one. It was time to use his immortal goo. As for those who were ranked last, they could only blame their bad luck. This method was very fair. None of the immortals present had any objections. Even the rank 8 goo immortal great experts acknowledged this. On the stage, lights and shadows changed, showing the external appearance of concealment luck immortal goo. Qin Baisheng introduced, "Everyone can see, this goo looks like a white longhorn beetle. It was about the size of half a palm. It was a rank 6 luck path immortal goo that could conceal one's luck. The auctioneer wanted a metal path defensive immortal goo. Who has a metal path defensive immortal goo? You can participate in the bidding. There is no limit to the minimum price. Conceal luck immortal goo, concealing one's luck. Luck path has luck inspection goo. It can observe other people's luck path foundation. There is also concealment luck goo. It can conceal one's luck and prevent others from seeing it. This concealment luck goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. It can counter rank 6 luck inspection goo. Even though its effect is good, it is too limited. In the hall, the goo immortals discussed softly, but no one bid. Even if he had the ability, he would need a secret method to pluck the thunder sound leaves. Thus, even in jewel yellow skies, thunder sound leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Jioga took out 150 thunder sound leaves. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal laughed lightly. Is Prince's impatience so stingy? This list clearly states that he needs 280 thunder sound leaves. After pausing for a moment, The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal shouted, "I am willing to offer 360 heaven-flying jade." Heaven-flying jade, it is a jade that can fly in the azure sky of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade is extremely intelligent. It is like a bird or beast. It can avoid being captured by external forces. Who is the person in the first secret room? 360 heaven-flying jade at once. It satisfies the number on the list. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Actually, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal was also feeling heartache. Once, he had a fortuitous encounter and barged into a huge azure sky fragment world to explore. He obtained over 400 heaven-flying jade after much difficulty, but he even got injured in the process. Right now, in order to fight for worldly wave trace immortal goo, he threw out a large number of them to create a powerful attack. In the single room, Feng Jioge snorted coldly, his expression turning solemn. The other party's actions made him understand that the other party was like him. They had to obtain worldly wave trace immortal goo no matter what. Taking out 360 heaven-flying jade at once, it showed the other party's immense strength and wealth. However, who was Feng Jioge? He was the publicly recognized #1 person in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even though he was rank 7, he could fight rank 8 goo immortals. With Spirit Affinity House as his backing, and after many years of accumulation, his foundation was incomparably deep. If there was a list of rank 6 or 7 goo immortals in the auction house who could challenge a rank 8 great expert, Feng Jioge would definitely be at the top. Raise the price. Feng Jioge did not hesitate, bidding again, "I will add 10,000 star pupil." Star pupil was a rare resource in the immemorial 9 heavens. It could not be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that came from the blue sky. Starlight shone in the blue sky. As the stars moved around, they scattered down countless stardust. Among the endless stardust, there were octagonal ones that were like diamonds, there were pentagonal ones with sharp edges, heptagonal ones, 16-sided ones. There were also hornless stardust that were round. These hornless stardust looked like round gems. The starlight condensed into the shape of the pupil. Thus, it was called star pupil. Feng Jioge's bid shocked the goo immortals. When this list appeared, I thought there would not be such a foolish buyer who would pay such a huge price to exchange for an immortal goo. I was wrong. Feng Jioge was trading 2 for 1, he was bold enough and had a higher chance of winning. But if the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals dealt with it well, they had a chance of winning. The auction gradually quieted down. Everyone was waiting for Feng Yuan to make his decision. How did this unexpected auction end? And who did Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace end up in? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Feng Yuan thought about it and made his decision, secretly informing Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng nodded and announced, "The seller has decided to sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo to Fairy Yulan." Once he said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief and started discussing. It is reasonable that Fairy Yulan can win. It is 2 for 1 after all. If I had to choose, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, 2 immortal goo require a lot of immortal essence. This Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, which lucky fellow did it belong to? It was actually sold at such a high price, exchanging 1 immortal goo for 2 immortal goo. That's right, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather, the prince's impatience behind her, they definitely have other motives. They are not fools. Since they can pay such a high price, they will definitely get more benefits. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. There will be profits. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, Feng Yuan was also trying to guess the intentions of this swordmaster Yulan in buying Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo at such a high price. Prince's impatience. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal muttered this name, his expression turning slightly grim. The auction continued. Next was an Earth Path Immortal Goo. But the atmosphere had fallen drastically. Most of the Gu immortals were still thinking about what happened earlier, many of them were still discussing softly. Everyone finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing. It was an eye-opener. Even though many people were suspicious, Prince's impatience was a transformation path Gu cultivator. Why would he suddenly be interested in a water path immortal Gu? But the thoughts of a rank 8 great expert were unfathomable. It was not something that outsiders could make wild guesses about. An immortal Gu of a mainstream path was quickly sold after several rounds of bidding. It gave people a feeling of dejection. Qin Baisheng was helpless about this. He could only smile bitterly to himself. After that, it was a downer. After all, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Gu immortals bidding had a domineering aura. Everyone's morale was greatly weakened. Feng Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with 2 strength path immortal Gu as he patiently watched the auction continue. The auction of immortal Gu was carried out on the spot. Those immortal materials. Feng Yuan checked them. The quantity and quality were all correct. But now, for a mere true heaven silver, he wanted to help a precious incomplete wisdom path inheritance. This was like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was too unreasonable. Feng Jioge could completely expect that once this inheritance was taken out, Chu Du would immediately suspect his true motive. Sigh, if only I had a comrade who knew me well by my side and could make a move now. Feng Jioge sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller will choose the 10th secret room. It is a pity that when auctioning immortal Gu, I cannot contact the seller directly. Just as Feng Jioge was willing to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete wisdom path inheritance to help him, Chu Du said, I do not have an inheritance, I will withdraw from this auction. Feng Jioge was stunned. It turned out that after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart gradually faded away. He put himself in their shoes. He did not have a deep relationship with Swordmaster Yulan and Prince's impatience. They were only helping him because of the true heaven silver. Even if they had a wisdom path inheritance, why would they sacrifice so much to help him? Just for a mere 600 kilograms of true heaven silver. That was clearly impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he still had some pride. Right now, Feng Yuan had already made a bid. With so many people watching, Chu Du could not remain silent. Thus, he admitted his failure and withdrew from this auction. Feng Jioge's expression sank. The moment Chu Du announced his withdrawal, he realized the cause and effect. At once, Feng Yuan's victory was set in stone. Feng Jioge did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, putting himself in the shoes of others? Feng Jioge himself had hesitated as well. In the end, he lacked companions by his side, so his hands and feet were tied when he did things. However, it is not impossible to sell delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. After the public auction, there will still be free transactions. Feng Jioge consoled himself, his mind quickly calming down. He had experienced many storms. His setbacks were no less than Feng Yuan's. If not for this, he, Feng Jioge, would not have become who he was today. A person like Feng Jioge had many similarities with Feng Yuan. They were both unyielding. They did not care about momentary success or failure. They were adaptable. The situation of the auction for Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu was clear now. Domination Immortal Chu Du withdrew, while Feng Yuan offered an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. But when Qin Baisheng made the first bid for Feng Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is also willing to bid. It is offering a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and immortal materials of equal value to the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baisheng suddenly announced. This unexpected situation made the goo immortals in the hall interested again. If Feng Yuan succeeded, the seller would obtain delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Jioge would not be able to buy it. The seller needed a wisdom path immortal goo. They would not sell it easily, and most importantly, Feng Jioge could not find the seller. From start to finish, the seller did not expose his location or identity. He had been asking Qin Baisheng to speak. From this, it could be deduced that the seller was a low-tier goo cultivator with weak battle strength. Otherwise, he would not be so careful. After the Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next Immortal Goo. This is the third Luck Path Immortal Goo. A Goo Immortal said. The mysterious Luck Path Immortal Goo had long been famous. Because of Giant Sun Immortal, Northern Plains Goo Immortals had a special feeling towards Luck Path Immortal Goo. The second Luck Path Immortal Goo was called Peach Blossom Luck. It had already been bought at a high price. This Luck Path Immortal Goo was called Good Luck. It was a storage immortal goo. It could collect the ownerless good luck in the world. The seller wanted a Fire Path Immortal Goo. Even though he had many Strength Path Immortal Goo, in terms of Strength Path, he only had Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. Prince's Impatience happened to have one of them. As it turned out, after 88-point Xianxia Tower collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince's Impatience's grotto heaven. Prince's Impatience personally broke the formless hand and captured Eat Strength Immortal Goo. This goo was very beneficial to Strength Path Goo Immortals. But to Prince's Impatience, it was not very useful. Feng Jioge sent a letter asking for help. Prince's Impatience, as a fellow disciple, immediately used a method to secretly send this goo to Feng Jioge's blessed land. Fairy Yulan, I wonder if this immortal goo can be transferred? I am willing to use another Strength Path Immortal Goo to exchange for it, along with a high price of immortal materials. I will not interfere with your contest for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Soon Chudu sent a letter. Domination Immortal is also moved, but it is no wonder. But this goo he is giving, even though it is also Strength Path, how can it be more attractive than Eat Strength Goo? Feng Jioge replied, rejecting Chudu's request. His smile became even more confident. The mysterious Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room had repeatedly asked for Strength Path Immortal Goo. It was very likely that he was a Strength Path Goo Immortal. Even if he was not, the temptation of Eat Strength Immortal Goo to this person was absolutely shocking. Everything went as Feng Jioge expected. Feng Yuan heard the introduction of Eat Strength Immortal Goo and was shocked and joyful. This Eat Strength Immortal Goo was too suitable for him. One had to know that Goo Immortals mainly relied on their immortal aperture to undergo tribulations. Every time they passed a tribulation, the Goo Immortal's body would gain more Dao marks of their own path. The more Dao marks a Goo Immortal had, the closer they were to heaven and earth, to the laws of the great Dao. The greater the tribulation, the deeper the Dao marks they would obtain after passing it. Thus, when discussing Goo Immortal cultivation level, they would use first or second heavenly tribulation as a standard. The deeper the Dao marks, the deeper the resonance when using the corresponding Immortal Goo, the greater the amplification of the Immortal Goo's power. When Feng Yuan used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, the Strength Path Dao marks on his body were not related to Worldly Wave Trace's Water Path Dao marks, they conflicted. Thus, the effect was not good, he could only use 70 to 80% of his strength. But if Feng Yuan used Strength Path Immortal Goo like Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, he could resonate with the Immortal Goo. Not only could he increase the Immortal Goo's power, he could even use 120 to 30% of it. Furthermore, the deeper the resonance, the more Fang Yuan could understand the laws of strength path through using the immortal goo. The deeper the understanding, the more his strength path attainment level would increase, it would slowly accumulate and deepen. One day, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. However, Fang Yuan's biggest problem was that he had an immortal zombie body. His immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a small portion of the blessed land would disintegrate, but no calamities or tribulations would descend. The heavenly Tao was fair and balanced. The targets of calamities and tribulations were all blessed lands. The greater the blessings, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. It was a good thing that immortal zombies did not undergo tribulations. Since the immortal aperture was dead, if calamities and tribulations appeared, there was basically no way for immortal zombies to survive. But for Fang Yuan, without calamities and tribulations, there would be no increase in Tao marks, there would be no progress in his cultivation level. Yao Huang was one of the 5 rank 8s of Northern Plains. He had the highest reputation. He was also a leader of a righteous sect. With his guarantee, everyone stopped. Qin Baisheng was filled with hatred, but he smiled on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, the second item. A luck path rank 7 immortal goo, called Turn Misfortune into Fortune. As the name suggests, this goo can turn bad luck and bad luck into good luck. Qin Baisheng said loudly. This immortal goo was similar to Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. They were both luck path, both rank 7, but the reaction was like heaven and earth. Many rank 7 goo immortals and even rank 8 great experts bid for it. With this immortal goo, there was no need for any luck inspection goo, it was very practical. As expected of the essence of a luck path true inheritance. Regarding Turn Misfortune into Fortune, intense competition started. The intensity was no less than the bloody battles on the battlefield. Because the starting bid was a metal path rank 7 immortal goo, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Eventually, the price continued to rise, surpassing first place Worldly Wave Trace and second place Delight in Water and Mountain, becoming the highest bidder. Floating Astronomy. The 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance were extremely furious, but they had no choice but to compete. At once, the relaxed atmosphere of the free transaction became tense again, as if they had returned to the auction stage. The huge attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was evident. I am willing to pay a Wood Path Immortal Goo in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Soon, the representative of the Super Force Meng tribe shouted a high price. My Yuan tribe also has a Wood Path Immortal Goo. We will throw in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rangzun also shouted. The temptation of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was too great. He was even willing to give up his beloved true martial carps as a bargaining chip. If my Zombie Alliance buys this, I, In Lu Gong, swear on my reputation that I will sell it again. In Lu Gong said coldly. I, Yao Huang, can bear witness. Next, Yao Huang's words became heavier. I have a Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, I can deduce all inheritance clues. I also have 3 large wine jars of Zoysia's spirit liquid. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu immediately refuted. At once, shouts could be heard endlessly, the scene was chaotic. Fang Yuan's heart also moved, his eyes shined with bright light. He did not hear wrongly, it should be Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Floating Astronomy. It allowed Fang Yuan to have the foundation of a Gu immortal. When he was immortal, he could stand on the shoulders of Gu immortals. After becoming an immortal zombie, it greatly made up for the shortcomings of immortal zombies. Precisely because of this place, Fang Yuan had ample capital. Gu immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing, management was the greatest foundation. Wisdom Gu was third. Using the light of wisdom, it gave Fang Yuan unlimited inspiration and rapidly brought Fang Yuan out of the quagmire. But in the end, it still depended on the blessed land and culture. Maybe in the future, it could truly control it. It could give Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. But now, it was only third. As for the fourth, it was all-out effort Gu. Even though this Gu was only a rank 4 mortal Gu, the timing was extremely good. It was Fang Yuan's first springboard after rebirth. Without all-out effort Gu, there would not be Fang Yuan's outstanding battle strength. Without outstanding battle strength, he would be eliminated and might not even be able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if Fang Yuan could obtain it and use it properly, it would be on par with Wisdom Gu at the current stage. But after this period, the value of the Dream Path Killer move would continue to fall. If he obtained this killer move when the Dream Realm manifested and Dream Path was fully unleashed, its value would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter depended on the timing. Spring-Autumn Cicada had great value, but after Fang Yuan became a demon venerable, he would be invincible in the world. What was the use? Hu Immortal Blessed Land was good. But if Fang Yuan became a Gu Immortal and had his own blessed land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would not be as valuable as it was now. The same logic applied to Wisdom Gu, All-Out Effort Gu, and this Dream Path Killer move. But to obtain this Dream Path Killer move, the core Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, must be obtained. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Fang Yuan looked at the auction situation. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jioga and old ancestor Shui, who had already been eliminated. These two had spent a huge sum to buy Ma and Zhao, they had suffered a huge loss, they had no strength to compete with others now. Yao Huang also withdrew with regret. He had bought some Refinement Path Immortal Gu earlier, and was also a huge customer of Gu Immortal captives. Furthermore, Refinement Path consumed a lot of resources, all sorts of factors caused him to be pushed out of the competition. 5 Elements Grandmaster withdrew even earlier. He had bought many Immortal Gu of mainstream paths in the auction, and was a lone cultivator himself. The remaining competitors were Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal, and the 3 Super Forces, Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe also withdrew from the competition. Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was clamoring, saying that he would sell all of the true martial carps, but he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal Gu house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu were left to compete. Murong Jin Shao, as the sect leader, I do not have an Immortal Gu house to defend my sect. This is very inappropriate. If you stop today, I will reward you greatly. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal persuaded. Murong Jin Shao shook his head, bowing as he smiled. Lord, our Murong tribe's Immortal Gu house lacks a core Immortal Gu. This is something that everyone in Northern Plains knows. This concerns the benefits of our tribe. Please forgive me for being disrespectful, but I will try my best to compete for it. Regardless of the outcome, I will only be satisfied. Chapter 770. After an intense contest, Heavenly Lord Baizu became the final victor, obtaining all the information on Red Fiend Divine Boat. And as the beneficiary of the backstage transaction, Fang Yuan also obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Baizu became the focus of everyone's attention, and other than a few crucial people, nobody knew that Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was in his hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat was an accident. It was the final stage of the auction. About 4 hours later, the auction that included many heroes finally came to an end. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's side? Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly transmitted, "Not yet. Fairy Li Shan is actually absent from such a grand event. It seems something must have happened over there. Should we go back?" Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing came to Qin Baisheng's blessed land. They had relied on the whole earth goo that Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan had built together. Right now, Fairy Li Shan's situation was unclear. It was unwise to rashly use whole earth goo to return. No, let's leave with the crowd first, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, there will be chaos soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded with a solemn expression. Although the auction had ended, there were definitely many people who were not satisfied with this result. Once the Eternal Wind auction ended, the vow that they had signed earlier would also be over. Without restrictions, wealth would move one's heart, robbing, extorting, and killing would be the next part of the show. Most Gu immortals. They had the same awareness as Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Thus, when everyone left the Blessed Land, they were in a hurry and were on high alert. We must stop that guy. He actually auctioned Red Fiend Divine Boat publicly. Our zombie alliance's face has been completely lost. Forget about our face being damaged. The crucial point is that this mission was something that leader had instructed us to do before leaving. In the end, we screwed it up. If leader hears this news when he returns, I wonder how he will punish us. Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they chased after their target. Above the Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Monarch, I don't know if you are interested in selling the Scarlet Fiend Divine Boat to my Yao family? Yao Huang stayed at the inn. He advised Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled. Lord Medicine Sovereign must be joking. How can I sell such an important artifact so easily? To be honest with the Medicine Sovereign, he had many descendants, filling the heavenly abode. Recently I have the intention to establish a family. Perhaps I can cooperate with the Yao family. The leaders of the other forces heard this. Immediately, their expressions changed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 giant. If he wanted to establish a clan, with his support, it would be a sure thing. Not only that, with a rank 8 Gu immortal supporting them, no matter how weak their foundation was, they were still a super force. Giant Sun Immortal ruled the world. Northern Plains was his homeland. The land of dragon prosperity. All along, the super forces of Northern Plains. Almost all of them were of the Golden Bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu's involvement in establishing a super faction would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the descendants of the Golden Tribe. At the same time, as a lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force, would have a huge impact on both demonic path and lone cultivator factions. Fang Yuan came to the sky above the largest lake and activated pulling water immortal goo. Similarly, a formless force entered the lake. Fang Yuan slowly raised his hands, and with a splash, a large amount of lake water was pulled up. Compared to pulling Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan's extraction of the lake water here was as easy as picking up a piece of white paper. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The lake's shape was still the same as before. It did not change. Large numbers of fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles were swimming freely inside. But they could not swim out of the periphery. A formless force replaced the shore. The package held up the lake water. Under the suspended lake water, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, not even a trace of water was left. The riverbed was exposed, large numbers of water plants were piled up together, there were also rocks, shells, and so on. Fang Yuan's 10 fingers moved, the formless force changed. The huge lake water. Like soft mud, Fang Yuan kneaded it as he pleased. Sometimes it looked like a long dough. Sometimes it looked like a sphere, sometimes it looked like a hexahedron. After changing for a while, Fang Yuan's 10 fingers stopped, thoughts moving in his mind. The lake water was shaking. It moved in all sorts of strange shapes. Sometimes it looked like a deer running, sometimes it looked like clouds moving, but no matter how it changed, the fishes and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to fall out. Fun. Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, her eyes were shining brightly as she laughed happily. Tai Bai Yunxing was also watching from the side, and when he saw this, he could not help but sigh. Moving mountains and seas, truly the aura of an immortal. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again. The huge amount of lake water slowly fell back into the lake. Fang Yuan retracted the formless force and stopped pulling water immortal goo. This lake water had returned to its original appearance, but the water surface was surging, not ceasing for a long time. These two strength path immortal goo are both skillful strength. One targets the mountains, the other targets the waves. With a move of benevolence, it can move clouds and summon rain, moving mountains and opening a path. With a move of malevolence, the mountains overturn, and huge waves rise to the sky. Fang Yuan praised in his heart. This was the battle strength of a goo immortal. Against mortal goo masters, they could directly crush them like ants. With these two goo, my battle strength rose sharply. But to fuse them into the immortal killer move myriad self is not a simple matter. It will definitely take a lot of time and effort. It is not like self-strength and strength chi immortal goo, which can directly fuse with myriad self, because the concept of myriad self is the same as the latter two. Designing a killer move was not simple. Thunderpath Goo Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend had gone into closed cultivation for many years before he created Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's Immortal Goo recipe. Hei Lulan already had the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom. With such a foundation, it would be difficult to modify it into an immortal killer move. She had been working hard, but had no results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he created Blood Path killer moves, which one of them did not take a lot of effort, time, and effort? As for how to fuse these two strength path immortal goo into myriad self, Fang Yuan still had no idea. But he was not worried, he was even full of confidence. A part of his confidence came from his strength path attainment level. More importantly, it was because Fang Yuan had incomparable confidence in rank 9 wisdom goo. Bathed in the light of wisdom, one could have unlimited inspiration. To get my immortal goo and immortal materials, you made up such a clumsy excuse. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember secrets is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiangyu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Baisheng shouted angrily without hesitation, since something was done to my soul. As the main body, why can't I sense any traces of it? Next time, I will make up a more believable lie. Fairy Jiangyu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed Gu Immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think about it from another perspective. We are not stupid. Of all the excuses, you have to use this one? There are no traces of modification in the soul. That is because we used a supreme method of our sect. Even a rank 9 Gu Immortal might not be able to find any clues. But there is a problem, it is too perfect, the user will not be able to sense it. After a long time, the user will become a completely different person. Milord, this plan was originally designed and implemented by you, Milord. I have tried to persuade Lord that this method is very dangerous. Lord Envoy back then was a good example. Unfortunately, Lord insisted on it. It is said that to deceive the enemy, one has to deceive oneself first. This soul path Immortal Gu contains Lord's missing soul. As long as Lord fuses it into your body, you will understand the cause and effect. Fairy Jiangyu said as she took out a soul path Immortal Gu. Qin Baisheng looked at this Immortal Gu, silent. Fairy Jiangyu continued, actually, Lord Vice Envoy must have seen it. In the intense battle earlier, we did not use any killing intent. Even when we were heavily injured by you, we did not use any killing intent. I will return this Immortal Gu to you, feel free to inspect it. The soul path Immortal Gu flew out. It slowly landed in front of Qin Baisheng. He really gave it to me. Xuesong Zi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Cheng was expressionless, he healed his injuries as he observed. Qin Baisheng was very vigilant, he used all sorts of methods to inspect it, confirming that the Immortal Gu had no problems. Then, he took it and carefully inspected it with his consciousness. Soon after, he found that this Immortal Gu had a lump of soul inside. And this lump of soul was vaguely related to him. There was an extremely close connection between them. Qin Baisheng's gaze hesitated for a moment before he suddenly snickered. He pinched his finger and crushed the Immortal Gu. Scoundrel! This method is the true trump card, right? Even though I considered myself to be knowledgeable, I couldn't see any flaws in it. But if you want to lure me into a trap, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will still fail miserably. This Xuesong Zi cried out, his heart aching. This was an Immortal Gu, but it was crushed just like that. He Cheng was also slightly shocked. He could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards Qin Baisheng's actions. This was an action that could only be done with absolute confidence. Even when Qin Baisheng was in a desperate situation, his confidence in himself had never wavered. He Cheng could not help but ask himself, if it was him, facing such words from the enemy, what would he do? Lord Vice Envoy, the black-robed Gu Immortal cried out in shock. He was at a loss. What do we do now? No worries. Fairy Jiangyu's lips curled up. As expected, only Lord Vice Envoy understands himself the most. If this were any other place, the Immortal Gu would be crushed, and the soul would vanish. But fortunately, we went through a lot of trouble to bring you here. What is this place? Qin Baisheng shouted. The surroundings were covered in fog. As Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves, strong winds blew as the fog dispersed, revealing the stone walls. Qin Baisheng, He Cheng, Xuesong Zi, and the rest discovered that they were in a valley.